All right, welcome everyone. We'll call the meeting of February 25th, 2016 to order.
Councilmember Brown. Here. Councilmember Donchak. Here. Councilmember Ham. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ward. Here. Mayor Baker.
Here.
Okay. Pledge of Allegiance.
City Manager, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And just for point of clarification, this is being audio streamed or video streamed through the city website?
We were just going to record it tonight and index it and play
Oh, so it's not being live streamed?
It's never been live.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And folks, if you've come this evening to speak about something, does anybody in the audience come to speak about something? Any members of the public? One member of the public? All right, sir, then you fill out a blue card in the back, please. Wonderful, and give it to Joanne. The best way to do that, I think, would be to hear the second quarter report and mid-year budget adjustments. We'll go through those, and then we'll give you an opportunity to speak. So we'll hear about some financial issues first. All right?
Okay. Councilmember Brown. Here.
Second. I did read the roll call right here. I concur. No, here.
Okay. Councilmember Donchak. Here.
We did roll call.
Play back the tape.
You're teasing me.
Play back the tape.
Okay, I'm gonna check the tape. Yes, I am.
It's Groundhog's Day. All right, let's go.
That's enough. You really? That's right. You're right. That's once. Okay. All right. Special presentations then. This is recognition of the city receiving a budget preparation award from the Government Finance Officers Association.
So really quick, Mayor and members of the City Council, one of the things that we pride ourselves on is accurately reporting and fulfilling all of the GFOA guidelines. And one thing that I don't think we do enough of is pounding ourselves in the back for all of the accomplishments that we do.
Patting ourselves on the back. We don't pound ourselves.
No, pat.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And so with that being said, we've received the Certificate of Recognition for Government Finance Officers to Jake Ron for his budget preparation for this previous budget year. And so I wanted to take a moment just to congratulate Jake on a great amount of work that he puts into the budget every year. We've run this award consistently for upwards of the last 10 years, if not longer. And so I just thought it would be good to kind of segue into our presentation tonight, knowing that we've got this presentation and this award.
Have we got something there that I can present to Jake?
No, we do not.
We do not.
There's a certificate that will be coming from the GFOA and a plaque, but we have yet to receive it.
Then I suggest we have a round of applause for Jake, who's done a wonderful job in this. Thank you very much.
You know, we could take, Mayor, we could take the undergrounding award and just simply relabel that for Jake, you know, with a little like electrical post and, you know. Jake said he wanted that, and I thought we should just give it to him.
Eric, what percentage of cities receive this award?
You know, there's a number of guidelines. They have to have their budgets prepared and submitted by a certain period of time. Their CAFR has to be completed per the state of California's requirements. I would be estimating, I can tell you from my previous cities, other cities that I've been at have not won it consistently. So for us to be receiving it consistently over 10 years is a reflection of our commitment to our financials.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations to you and Jake and everybody, and Judy, and everybody in the financial department. Thank you very much.
And the first item is the fiscal year 2016 second quarter report and mid-year budget adjustments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So tonight, when we open our LTFP meeting tonight, what we'd like to do first is look back at what our current year results have been through the first half of the year and look at what our mid-year adjustments are being recommended. Okay, so tonight we'll be looking at a second quarter report. We'll look at general fund revenues and expenditures, and we'll look at some major mid-year adjustments. A comprehensive list of the adjustments is attached already to your agenda report that you have in front of you. So what we're showing here is our general fund revenues through the first half of the year, through December 31st. 56 million is our budget. We're at 23.8 million. It's about 42% of our revenues. This is pretty standard for this time of year. We're right on track. If you look at the next slide, this shows the last 3 years, and you can see that we're around 43% last year. We're 42% this year. So we're about pretty much on track as to where our revenues are as what we've received through this part of the year. You can see the growth there too as well, 52.1 to 56.7 in total revenues. Yes, Mayor?
And Judy, I think this is a slide the city council asked for last year, and I really like this presentation. I think this is very important to show us that we actually are where we should be in this. So thanks for ginning up. This is exactly what I thought I was looking for, so perfect.
Yeah, and it's important to note that, we see 42%, and you think, well, halfway through the year, shouldn't we have half of our revenues? But many things are accrued at the end of the year. A lot of the franchise fees aren't received until April. Our sales tax comes in, there's a lag between when it comes in. So we try and look into the prior years and make sure that we're on track as we were in the prior years. A couple of those revenue things I'd just like to point out. Our property tax revenue. If you look, we've been growing for the last 3 years, so we're at about 12.1 million at this time of the year for property tax. We are recommending a $268,000 mid-year adjustment, and that's a combination of several line items. Some of it is the secured property tax going up. It's also transfer tax going up. It represents about 1% of the total budget, so we're pretty good with budgeting what we were expecting for property tax, and I think we'll get pretty close to that this year with that $268,000 mid-year increase to property tax. If we look at sales tax, our sales tax history, you can see that from the 13 to 14 we went up, and then 14 to 15 we're pretty much right where we were last year at this time of the year. There's some things going on with property tax that's interesting. Sales tax, that's interesting. We all know that the Carlsbad retail outlet opened in November, mid-November. That will drive, what did I say, Carlsbad? Okay. I'm forgetting where I'm at. Now, we're only 3 minutes into this thing, right?
James, what did you put in the water today? Because Joanne with the devil.
The San Clemente outlet is much better. No, maybe I need a couple. So our San Clemente outlet mall opened in November. But it's really too soon for us to see the actual results. I mean, we only had a month and a half of revenue that we could have received, and we won't even see what those results are until probably March or April this year is when we'll start getting the numbers from our sales tax consultant in terms of what we have. But what we do know is that we had anticipated the outlet to open late September, maybe by the 1st of October, and we didn't open until the middle of November. We had also anticipated that we would have restaurants opening at some point during this year, and unfortunately none of those restaurants have even signed in or opened yet. And we had also anticipated a little more, less of a vacancy factor than what we currently have. I think they're about 70%. I mean, I don't day-to-day look at where we're at in terms of what stores have opened, but they're about 70%. And we didn't anticipate full occupancy at the beginning, but by about this time of the year, we were thinking we'd be further along. So all those things happening has kind of made us have to bring down our revenue estimate for the sales tax for the outlet mall. And you're saying, well, if you're saying you're bringing it down, why do I see an increase, a mid-year adjustment increase? And that's because we've had other revenue in sales tax actually a little bit higher than we thought. So there's $100,000 extra there. And then thirdly, there's a mid-year adjustment for a one-time triple flip adjustment. And here we go with the triple flip again. Bob, last year you asked me to explain that, which it's a difficult concept. Good thing it's going away, so we won't have to explain it anymore. But the simple fact is that the state borrowed our sales tax money for the last several years. We were repaid every year through money from the schools, and then the states repaid the schools through general fund state money. So it was just kind of a long-winded way for the states to be able to fund some bond issues. What that meant for the city is we received all of our money, but there was a lag in it. So now that this year will be the last year of it, all that lag kind of goes away. So our understanding is by the end of the fiscal year, we should be receiving everything, so we'll get a kind of a bump this year, a little bit more this year, but it's just a one-time bump because it was a timing issue. So now it's a little confusing, but that's why that adjustment is going up, because it's the net of all three of those things. Okay. Transient occupancy tax. This has been a good story. You can see the growth there from 13, 14 to 15, and this has been both in our hotel, our regular TOT, if you will, as well as our STLU rentals. That's been a big topic over the last few months, but we have seen growth in the revenue from that. So last year, when we did our budget, our regular hotel revenue, we did not have the results for the year, and so we based it on the prior year. Well, we had a very good year last year, and we've seen growth over the last 3 years, so we're recommending about a $500,000 mid-year adjustment for both of those increases in both of those categories.
Wait a minute, Judy, that's 50% of the projected here.
This is what's collected through December 31st. So our total budget for instance, for the STLUs was $242,000 this year. We're already at, we're already at $242,000, and the budget was $300,000 for the year. So we're already at 81% of our budget for the STLUs for this year. So we're recommending $180,000 increase to the budget for the year for those. For the other hotel revenue, if you will, we're at $960,000 this year so far, which is 61% of our budget of about $1.6 million. And what we saw in the last few years is a lot of that revenue comes in the second half of the year. And so we're recommending about a $325,000 increase there.
So when, Judy, when you make that adjustment, because one of the philosophies that we've had is we don't actually spend till we have it. When you make that adjustment, are we calculating our budget based on that adjustment? Is the projection solid enough for us to bet on that it's going to come in that way? I mean, tell us, when you say an adjustment like that, how does that calculate into our decision-making tonight when we're looking at the budget coming up?
Well, this is an adjustment for the current year.
Right, which doesn't affect what we're doing tonight. Obviously, we're doing
it affects it in terms of growth, but I know for TOT, we're not, so far in the forecast, we're not projecting growth for next year because we know there's a lot of not indecision, but a lot of issues that we're talking about that are changing. So we're not going to build this growth into next year unless some of those items are resolved and we kind of know where we're going with that.
And Tim, to your point, please.
Go ahead, Eric.
Our expenditures, when we adopted fiscal year 16, are at set amount. We're raising our revenues as this mid-year adjustment, so we're not really increasing expenditures based on the fact that we're making more revenue. We're just seeing more revenue coming in, and we're adjusting accordingly. We're not necessarily raising our costs from expenditure standpoints.
Okay, and so we're obviously not spending to whatever we think it will be, but does that affect these adjustments? Are we making calculations? You say that we're not really pushing it up, but even with an increase in the hotel TOT, we are looking forward and saying we're looking at an increase. If we're 61% already, then we can say that that future year 17 will look differently than it is today. And so we've used that adjustment to inform next year's projections.
Yes, we're saying we're going to increase over 15, so 16 is going to go up, but then we're expecting 17 to be flat with what 16 is now.
Okay.
When I say expecting, I mean it's because of the various things that we're talking about. If we have more solid decisions on.
So it's resetting the data point, but you're not
Yes.
necessarily trending it upward.
Yes, correct.
So it's not a growth cycle. It's just, we need to reset our expectations, but we're not going to blow out the number thinking it's going to
Absolutely.
attain 8% growth year over year.
Correct.
So let me see if I understand this
Okay.
correctly, Judy. So you're saying that on June 30th, 2016, you are estimating TOT to be $1.57 million. Is that correct?
No. On June 30th, I'm estimating TOT to be about 2.4 million. Because our original budget was 1,875,000. We're adding 505,000 to that budget. What you're seeing here is just what we've received through halfway through the year. 1,065,000 is halfway through the year.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we move on. So our general fund revenue mid-year adjustments, what you just saw, the biggest ones, the property tax adding 268, the TOT adding 505. We have some other minor ones there, permit and plan check fees. Vista Hermosa Sports Park fees have been coming in higher than had originally been budgeted, so that's good news as well. There's a principal repayment from our former RDA loan. We don't know that amount at the beginning of the year, and so when we know what it is, we come back at mid-year. So anyway, the total revenue adjustments for general fund, $1,309,790. And again, these include ongoing as well as one-time.
So,
Yes?
which is all good news. The 800,000 that dropped down to 300,000 in sales tax revenue, wouldn't that be up here as a minus?
For the San Clemente outlets?
Yeah. I don't
The-
see sales tax up here.
Right, so the
That's my
sales
point.
tax that we talked about, it's looped in with the other general fund adjustments.
So you lowered your forecast on that.
Right,
Well,
this
you're
is
going
where
up now.
we were talking this 108,000, it's a net. So we
Right.
lowered by about 500,000, but then we
We
raised a
picked it up
one-time with
from
the
the
triple flip.
Walmarts and the Targets of the world.
And the triple flip mainly.
Okay, got
That
it.
one-time revenue. So that's what I'm saying, it gets a little confusing when you add the one-time and the ongoing, but
Okay.
if we're looking at total revenue, that's where we end up. So let's look at expenditures quickly. We're at 44% at this time of the year. Last year, we were at 42%, so a little bit higher in expenditures, and you'll probably see why that is when we get to the adjustments. But it's not far off, and we're close to where we normally are at about this time of the year. We do have a higher amount of expenditures in our budget this year, but about 44% spent so far. If you look at our mid-year adjustments, we've had some vacancies, and so we are bringing down our salary and benefit amount by about $132,000 to account for that. Maintenance costs have been a little bit higher, so we're adding some things to that, some engineering services. The biggest increase here is our legal services cost. As you know, we've had quite a few legal challenges over the last 6 months or so, and so that is driving up the budget for legal, and so we need to add some funding to that to be able to cover that. Much of that are one-time things because they're one-time issues that wouldn't be ongoing, but it's still there. And then some other, minor ones as well. So total of $1,042,000 in mid-year adjustments for expenditures for the general fund. So when we boil this down to what does it look like for our operating position, we always are interested in that. So we're still at this $2,200,000. It's not great, but it's positive, which is good. And this takes out all of those one-time items and just looks at our ongoing costs and our ongoing expenditures. And so we're hoping to grow this amount in the next year or two to where we have a little bit more of a cushion there.
And if I can add really quick, if you can go back to that. So we always talk about our operating position, and as we adopt a budget or look at a proposed budget to adopt, we're always kind of focusing on our adjusted operating revenues versus our adjusted operating expenditures and how much is left. One of the things I'm going to continue to kind of communicate to the council is ideally for us, we'd like to see our adjusted operating position be between $500,000 to $1 million. And the reason being is by leaving that money in the bank, so to speak, it can deal with all of the unknowns, whether it be Ole Hansen as an example or other potential charges that come up throughout the year. But more importantly, that operating position at the end of the budget year helps contribute to the next year's CIP budget. And one of the things that you'll see throughout the night is the concern of the growing cost of maintenance and CIPs that we don't have funded appropriately. So if we can keep our operating position between $500,000 and $1 million, that's really going to help us in the going future years. And we'll go into that a little bit more detail, but I just wanted to use that as an example when we have this up right now.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, and then the general fund unassigned fund balance, and that was what Eric was just referring to. Before our adjustments, we were at $4.3 million. So after these adjustments, we're increasing it somewhat to $4.6 million. And again, this is sort of like our money that not sort of, it is our money that we use for general fund projects and one-time general fund costs. We don't want to forget our other funds, and so this is just a consolidated report of other adjustments in the other funds. Obviously, you can see the biggest thing here in the revenues is our decrease in water sales. That's a good news, bad news story. Obviously, it's good news that we're conserving water. There's a drought. We've put out the, challenge to our residents to conserve water, and they've done a great job at that, and our water sales are down, but that decreases our revenue. And then on the expenditure side, you can see our water purchases also come down a bit, but not quite as much as the sales, obviously. So those are the two biggest items. The $2 million up top on the revenue, that's from the sale of Bayota lots. And I'll talk about that. Jake will talk about it, and I'll talk about it as well a little bit in the next presentation. But those lots are being sold, and there is some revenue coming in from those. And then there's some other miscellaneous fund adjustments. All of these, as I say, are attached to your agenda report in detail. There's a detailed list. And after this, we're going to talk about the long-term financial plan workshop. So this is a recommended action, but I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have on the mid-year report and adjustments.
Thank you very much, Judy.
Okay, so that's the action I think we need to.
I move that we approve the fiscal year 2016 second quarter report and approve and authorize mid-year adjustment as listed in attachment A.
Second.
Okay, motion by Brown, second by Doncheck. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next is the 2016 long-term financial plan.
Okay, we'll take some public comments now, and I've got one card. Anybody else want to speak? All right, please, sir. Mr. Hennings, about the skateboard park improvements.
All right. City Council, my name is David Hennings. I am a longtime San Clemente resident, actually born in the San Clemente Hospital. I am a parent of 3 children. The oldest is a kindergartner at Las Palmas Elementary School. I'm also the Spanish teacher at Shorecliff Middle School, where I coach our 12-time national championship surf team. I run the surf club there, and I'm also a volunteer leader for Cub Scout Den. I'm a member of the newly formed San Clemente Skate Park Coalition. Our mission statement as a coalition is to expand and improve our existing skate park, specifically using the current adjacent lot, which is vacant. Our second goal is to work with the City Parks and Recreation Department to locate other potential city land where additional skate terrain could be built. Thirdly, we think that we would be good as a liaison, working between the city beach and recreation department and the community of skaters in our city, addressing the needs of the skateboard community and the parents and the families, but also potential safety concerns that the city may have or other concerns about building our new skate parks. Another strength that we have is connections with private donors who are interested in facilitating us with these improvements. If the city could provide us with reasonable land opportunities, we're confident that we could obtain private donors to expand the skate park situation. In particular, there's a very unique quality of our city, given the surf and skate industry that is really focused out of our city. We would like to petition to be put on the Beach Park and Recreation meeting on March 8th to address some of these issues, form a working relationship with them. In my experience, I didn't really even want to do this, but as a teacher and a parent in the community, I was approached so many times by upstanding citizens to address the skate park issue, and I feel confident that we could work with the city to update our skate park concerns and needs, in particular in comparison with other Southern California cities. So that's our petition. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. We appreciate it, and hopefully we could meet on March 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have you been in contact with the Parks and Rec director? Pam Passow? Is that a yes?
We've attempted. Oh yeah, this is the guy, right? This is the guy who said we'd be on the.
So I've had a chance, the last time that the individuals came into council, if you recall, and spoke, I had a chance to talk to the group outside, and so the answer is yes, we're putting them on the
Okay,
VPR
thank you.
commission agenda.
Thank you.
Have you,
Dave, I would say that Pam and Eric are your two great point of contacts for that. Would be very valuable for that.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, and so you'll have a lot of success with that. But appreciate you
have
coming
you,
out.
have you guys gone to a Beach Parks and Rec Committee meeting yet?
No, the first one I think will be on the 8th.
Have you had any contact with any of the committee members? Okay, because I know one of the newly appointed people, Nick Gates,
Yeah.
he runs the skate park for Lake
Yeah,
Forest.
I've known Nick
So
for
that's
many, many years, yeah.
One of his big goals is to make improvements to the skate park, so
Great.
he'd be a great asset for you guys.
Fantastic, thanks. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
So with that, we'll go ahead and start the long-term financial plan. So here we are again, LTFP for 2016. One thing I do want to kind of tee up is as you notice in these images, everything in the LTFP has kind of a hidden meaning. And so these images represent some of the themes that we're going to be seeing within the LTFP tonight in terms of preserving assets or making improvements to deferred maintenance or protecting amenities like the iconic pier. And so, sure.
All right, wait, go back one. So tell us what all those photos are.
So we got at the top, we got Maxburg Plaza Park, which is going to be in need of some rehabilitation and some remodeling. It's getting somewhat old. The second slide, we have the actual picture of the outside of the council chambers. We'll be discussing the Civic Center relocation as well as deferred maintenance related to both City Hall locations. Over in the third picture, you have a golf cart path at the golf course that obviously we've seen different areas of the golf course that needs to be rehabilitated and better improved. And then, of course, at the bottom, we have our San Clemente Pier. That's something that, with the loss of RDA, we have to look at other ways to fund its rehabilitation and ongoing maintenance costs.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I'm Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. So really quick, with the long-term financial plan for 2016, we've got a plan that identifies fiscal issues, challenges, and opportunities. It'll establish fiscal policies and goals. We'll examine fiscal trends. We'll establish reserve policies. We'll provide focus on long-term initiatives, produce a financial plan, and continue to reinforce the city's AAA bond rating. And the theme, improving today is critical to making a better tomorrow. So a lot of the things that we put inside the LTFP are based on that theme that I'll go into in more detail for staff. This LTFP consists of the typical financial trends, financial forecast, reserve analysis, fiscal policy, capital project analysis. We have the newly added information technology strategic plan. We'll be looking at the Centennial General Plan. And then the one critical issue paper that we've brought forward is the Transient Occupancy Tax analysis. 5 big themes, so kind of give you the big points of the actual LTFP. So as I kind of talked about earlier in Judy's mid-year report, we want to continue to improve the general fund operating position. And there's the annual goal of $500,000 to $1 million. Decisions in prior years have an impact as well, so we want to be cognizant of that. We want to continue to look for revenue opportunities to strengthen our revenue. We're going to have lots of capital projects, tons of projects, not a lot of resources or funding, and so we have to do that delicate balancing act in terms of prioritizing what's important. We'll talk about tools that we use now that are starting to become a very valuable tool, CMMS that we've talked about. When Ken gets to the capital papers, we'll touch on that a little bit. We're going to obviously seek direction on the larger projects. The funding infrastructure, maintenance, and reserves. So when we get to the reserves paper, we'll talk about those proposals that we'll be putting forward to the council to better fund those needs in the coming years. We're also going to be looking at reforming the general fund emergency reserves as part of the reserve paper that Jake will go over. And then the big one is the strategic planning. We're obviously using the LTFP as a long-term forecasting tool. We've got the information technology strategic plan that is also a planning tool for future years. One of the things that you'll see tonight in the information technology strategic plan is some city clerk strategic plan initiatives that are coming into the IT world. We will be coming back with the city clerk strategic plan at a later date. We're still working on it. Joanne's done a great job of creating a draft based on the matrix study that we did with regards to assessing the city clerk. So that'll become a staple for our long-term forecasting and strategic planning. And then we also have the general planned SIPs that's becoming a kind of a main placeholder every year in the LTFP to help guide us. So with that, we'll quickly go into trends analysis very briefly. So we use 21 indicators to basically look at ourselves to see how we're doing. And so we have 18 favorable, and we had 3 favorable / caution for 2015. This year, going to the 2016, those favorable cautions are now moving to favorable. And the fringe benefits, which was the W, is also now moving up to a favorable caution. So the moral of the story is all of our indicators are positive, and they all are progressing into the right direction. And so it's just reinforcing all of the conservative fiscal policies we put into place in our financial strategy. One example of a trend indicator is our fringe benefits. And so as you can see, in 2014, 44.6%. Well, over the course of the last couple of years, whether it be through better CalPERS returns or MOUs where employees are picking up more of their pension, we've seen a little bit of a drop now. So we've dropped from 44.6 to 41.1. So those are all positive things that help us build our operating position, which again is, you're going to hear me say that so much tonight.
Is that a byproduct of a increase in revenue, though, in a flat contribution level? Because you would have that percentage drop just by increasing, just by the revenue increases.
Correct.
And a flat contribution rate.
As compared to revenue, it's compared to total
Salaries.
Oh, it's compared to total salaries.
That's great. So with that ends the trends analysis, and we're going to jump into the financial forecast. And one of the things, just to kind of talk about the rules of engagement, we're going to go through each of the papers, and as we recall, at the end of each paper, there are recommendations. And so what we're going to ask of the council is, as we conclude with each paper, we'll go ahead and take the vote of the recommended actions or modified actions at the will of the council. And so we'll get those done as we go through them. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, I'm back. So this time we're going to be looking into the future and looking at fiscal year 17. So we've put together a forecast. So big picture, what does the forecast tell us? So we've had ongoing economic expansion. It's just not been robust. And so that's really been the story for the last several years. Things are growing, things are moving along, but it's just not quite as full as everyone had hoped. But the fact that it's stable and it's continuing, that really helps. And so that's a big item in the forecast that we need to think about, is that it's uneven. And so there's threats out there. Global economy is a threat. But there's positives. The housing market has been positive over the last several years, but will that continue? And so when I say it's uneven, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. You have some positives, but there's questions into the future. In our forecast, we're looking at a negative operating position in the last 3 years of the forecast. Mainly that's driven by we're being very conservative with our revenue estimates going forward, and we're also being conservative with our expenditures. So for instance, on our fire contract, we have a maximum amount that contract can increase. When we do our projection, we base the maximum amount for the expenditure. On the revenue side, on the other hand, when we look at, say, property tax, we're relatively conservative. We have a consultant that helps us with this, but we don't project that for the next 5 years we're going to have the growth that we've had over the last several years. Maybe we will. San Clemente is a jewel of a city. People love to live here. Property values have been going up, but we don't want to assume that. We want to be a little bit more conservative. So revenues will increase, will continue, but we expect a slower pace in the out years, meaning those last 3 years. Contracted expenditures are exceeding our projected revenue growth is basically what the story is with the deficits. And at the end of 17, we project a $5.1 million unassigned fund balance, and that excludes any capital decisions that are made. So I always have to make that clear that $5.1 million, as soon as we start spending on capital, obviously will go down, but it's a good amount to have to be able to make those choices.
Can I ask? It
Yes.
looks like this is the place to ask you based on what we have at the dais. So in the binder on page 69, it talks about sales tax projected to go up 15.2% in FY17.
Yes.
And so I asked you, for a little bit of a history, and I'm not seeing it in the data. So can you talk a little bit about?
I can. I'm looking at whether I have a slide where I start talking about sales tax, but if not, yes, actually, my next slide here.
Okay. So my question, well, I've got two questions, one on property tax and one on sales tax.
Okay.
Do you really think, so I can't get to 15.2% when I look at this chart you gave me. So you're saying that our sales tax is going to go up 15.2% in the next fiscal year?
Okay, so let's talk about that. We're talking about our operating sales tax. So in the chart that you have, it'll include one-time as well as ongoing. So in other words, it'll include that triple flip, and it will include any other one-time sales tax revenue. So the chart may not, you may not see the 15.2 there. The 15.2 is made up of about a 3.9% growth in our regular ongoing sales tax. And this comes from, we have sales tax consultants who do this work throughout the state, and this is what their projection is. And so that amounts to about 320,000, I think. We're projecting for the San Clemente outlet, we reduced this year, so now we're down to 300. We're adding to that, and we're getting that to 925. So it's a $625,000 increase for next year. That's based on full year operations, and we're expecting a few more of the stores to be open than are currently open now.
Okay, and I was going to mention this in your quarterly. The
Okay.
we is not us. The developer is letting you know what the picture looks like. Is
Well,
that what's
actually,
happening?
we-
Because we have no control over anything that happens on that property in terms of sales tax generation. So have you sat down with Craig Realty Group, and they've said they're going from 45 stores to 65 stores?
We've not been able to get a lot of information from them. Some of it they don't know. And so we get sort of vague information in terms of what they're opening. So I can't say that, that we've sat down with Craig Realty and they tell us, oh, in the next month
Okay.
we're opening these 3. We know by the permits that have been pulled,
Okay.
here in the city. So those are the things that we rely on, and we rely again on our sales tax consultants as opposed to the developer themselves, because the developer, it's just kind of a one-person look at it, whereas the consultants actually see outlet malls throughout the state, and they see the growth throughout the state. They see things that are impacting consumer buying. So that's more what we use.
And to Judy's point, one of the things that we do as the TI improvements or the TI applications are pulled in the building department, Mike Jorgensen and his team immediately send us the list of the people that have pulled TIs and the square footage. Those two components are vital to HDL going, okay, I have Puma shoes in a 3,000 square foot facility, and they look at their other outlet Puma stores and square footage and are able to come up with a calculation of about, here's what you'd probably get out of them based on that square footage and what Puma does type of thing.
And I think I interrupted you. So you said 320,000 from business as usual, new, 300,
Right.
yeah.
625 from the San Clemente
625,
outlet.
not 925.
That's the 625 added to the 300 we already have.
Okay, so
the growth
625 addition.
is the
Okay.
growth, right? And then we have the Estrella Shopping Center.
Yeah.
That we're expecting to have a full year from that as well, and that's 280,000.
Okay. And so I'll come back to this, but so that's about $1 million, which for a budget our size is a lot of Skittles. On a continuum of being conservative, where would you put this? Because, for example, I'm reading Sports Authority is, looking at bankruptcy, and I'm listening to the assistant city manager, or it was maybe you saying there haven't been contracts signed on restaurants at the outlet. So how do you feel about this in terms of?
That's one of the reasons we use an outside consultant to kind of give us a reality check
Yeah.
on things. I think the important thing to keep in mind is this is the forecast, and it's based on information that we were getting through, say, November, December, early January. The news about Sports Authority, just found that out. This isn't our budget yet. We haven't brought forth the budget yet. So as we move forward from this forecast into the budget, we may alter some of this based on new information we have, new stores that have opened, what we do find out from Craig Realty or permits. So, it's the best we can do with the information we had at the time, but as we move forward,
And
those
so
things may
maybe I
change.
noticed we're not voting on anything on your section, but maybe we could come back and talk about our comfort level with this before the end of the evening, just in terms of, because this $1 million would be real money, and that would be real money for some of these things we want to do, if it's real money. So,
Well, and, it's difficult to know if it is. I mean,
right.
we've never had an outlet mall.
Right.
So,
I get the point, but I think the more, a better you know, we should be cognizant of that, all of us, when the budget comes up, and Judy will revisit these. We're not gonna spend this money tonight.
No,
So-
but if we wanted to send direction to be as conservative as possible, or to be, because and I voted that it was great, but we all thought the outlet malls were coming online in August, and there would be a bigger financial opportunity for the city, and it didn't materialize. And fortunately, because you're managing everything so well, it wasn't any pain. But I just want to make sure we're,
I think what would be useful is to build in a little bit of margin for error. So let's say we have some variability. Even our consultants could tell us we've got, say 20% margin for error. It could be $800,000. It could be 640. It could be $1.6 million, or whatever the case may be. But that margin for error would give us at least an idea that if, worst case scenario, we're ending up in this, best case scenario, ending up in this, we're at the middle ground. And because I don't think any of us could say definitively, here's what the revenue is going to be. It's impossible to say that. But we can feel comfortable to a degree that it's going to fall within that range. And if we know that range, then at least we could spend to the worst case scenario and be pleased when it comes in greater amounts.
yes.
And I think to your points in terms of conservative, which I always appreciate, that is, Judy had made the point that we'll start to see those sales tax returns in March and April. It'll be obviously kind of a slow trickle in because of the fact of the stores, but as we get closer to coming back to you as the proposed budget process, we won't have a really better idea, but we'll have more of a feel of what we're kind of seeing. But I think to your point, we'll reevaluate to make sure that the number that we put in for the proposed budget for 17 is conservative and does allow for a little bit of margin of error, if you will.
And I do want to point out, when we talked about operating position before, that's one of the reasons we like to get that operating position to a $500,000 to $1 million range, because if we do miss on these revenue estimates, you have some room there.
Cushion, yeah.
Right, and so that, you can take the room by being more conservative here, reducing the operating position, which is fine, that's a
Right.
okay approach, but, it's just, we have the same thoughts that you have, that we want to make sure that we have some kind of cushion there because of the unknown.
I just don't want to get ahead of our headlights.
Agreed, yes. Okay, so when we look at the revenue, 2.7% over the 5-year forecast period, meaning that's the average increase per year over that period. Property tax, 50% of our general fund operating revenue. Huge impact when that goes up or down. We've seen some very good years. 3.8% increase is expected for next year. 2.2% average increase for the remaining 4 years. Sales tax represents 17% of general operating revenues, and we've already talked about that 15.2% increase in year one. Talk here about the outlets in the Estrella Shopping Center. We are not assuming in any of the years any additional revenue for future phases of Marblehead or the San Clemente outlets. This kind of goes back to the conservative approach. We're not sure, when this all came on, phase two, we're going to be doing all these things, but we don't know when that's going to happen, so we're not assuming anything for that. And then the remaining years for sales tax, 2.5% average net increase projected. For our expenditures, 3.5%, so you can see bigger number than the revenue projections. Do you have a question, Bob? You look like you have a question. Okay. 3.5% over the 5-year period. So there's big components of that. Salary and benefits is obviously one of the larger components. So I just want to remind everyone we have a 3-year MOU agreement that's in place right now that will go through next fiscal year. So employee wage increases are included in that MOU, but we will begin new negotiations during next fiscal year to begin for the July 1st of 18. So that's coming up. We put a conservative estimate for salary and benefit increases, but obviously that'll all depend on how negotiations go. And to remind you that the MOU agreement also had a part where the employees pay a higher share of their pension each year. So that reduces the city's expenditure cost. And so I want to talk a little bit about pension. So we have such a complicated pension system here for a little city. We have a lot of pensions. So our miscellaneous employees, just to remind everyone, we have transitioned to the CalPERS plan back in June of 14. We just received what our new rate would be, and we were concerned about this because it had been at 12.1. They set that rate at the very beginning, not really knowing, when you do this process to transfer to CalPERS, it's like a year-long process. So they started a year ahead, and so they set a rate for us. So we knew that for 3 years we're going to have this rate, but was it enough to pay for the costs that we have? It was enough, and we actually decreased now. We're going down to an 8.5%. So the transition to CalPERS is now saving us because we're moving from 12.1 to 8.5. We also left the remaining inactive and retired employees with the Great West Plan, our other pension plan, our original one for miscellaneous employees. And we need to continue to make ongoing payments for that plan for those retirees for the unfunded liability. So we pay about $1 million a year on that plan, in addition to what we do for the ongoing employees. We also have plans.
Pardon me, Judy.
Yes.
Refresh me on about how many retired employees are in that Great West Plan?
I want to say about 200. Jake, do you know offhand?
I could find out. I've got the schedule on my desk, but I don't know.
The first thing that came to my head was 200, but I hate to say that and be off.
200 is a, that's, if that's close enough for you, that's close enough for me.
185 or
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so then we have our plans for our safety employees. Our safety lifeguard plan, or for the current lifeguard, sworn lifeguard. We paid off a side fund balance in that plan in 2014, and so because of that, our rate growth has been very small. So 18.2 to 19.3, not a large amount of growth there in terms of our expenses. And then the other CalPERS safety plan is the plan for police and fire who were here in the city long before we contracted out. So we make regular ongoing payments on that pension plan as well. So anyway, what all this is trying to say is we have some pension costs going up, some pension costs coming down, and so in our forecast we've projected a flat pension cost from one year to the next. However, I think maybe when we get to the budget we might even see a decrease in our pension costs when all this falls out. So that's good news on the pension side. Other expenditures that are a large component of our total expenditures are police services contract with Orange County Sheriff's Department. Our first projection from them was a 7% increase, which amounts to about $880,000. Now, we just want to let you know, we go through many reiterations of this, so we'll get a second estimate, we'll talk to them about some things, maybe make some changes, we'll get a third estimate, so this will likely not be the final number, but for projection purposes, this is what we used. There's increased costs for salaries and benefits based on the MOUs that are currently in place with the Sheriff's Department, which is causing some of the increase. My fifth bullet there, which I'll go to now, we also know that there's a salary reopener for the sworn officers, and I think some news came out recently on it, but I don't even want to kind of go there yet because I'm not sure if I know the exact numbers, but that will actually increase the sworn officers' salaries as well, so that would be above this 7%. One of the things driving the increased costs is that there's a new costing model that OCSD is doing where they're going to include all the overtime. In the past, they would use savings from a prior year to buy down overtime, and it kind of hid what your total overtime cost was, and that's probably not the best word for it, but it wasn't as transparent as it could be. So they're trying to be more transparent by putting the total overtime in the budget, and if you have salary savings or vacancies, we'll see that as well with monthly reports. So it's a little bit of a different model. And then the forecast that we put together assumes the same staffing levels as prior years. Whether that stays the same or not will be up to council as we move through the budget process. Future years, we averaged a 4% increase in the forecast. We are waiting for a 5-year forecast from OCSD, so that was our best estimate based on our history. And we did not include any additional impact for potential hospital closure. Not sure if that would impact our Sheriff's Department or not, but no additional costs were included for that.
Judy, do we have previous forecasts from sheriffs on what the increases were, or do we have a historical forecast where?
The last one we had, I think they had done it 2 years ago, and it went through kind of this year, but the numbers, they're totally different than what we end up getting, so it wasn't that. I think it just was an older 5-year model that they did.
We know that over the past 10 years, our contract with OCSD has gone up 42%. Before we defunded some of those positions, and it's closer to 34% with those positions that we defunded, the 2 deputies and the crime prevention specialists.
It would be interesting just from a data perspective to track where the opening percentage increases as well as where we end up going. That would be an interesting data point as we look at forecasting to see what the opening request is to what we end up going forward, just so we can track the variability there. I mean, you know, these are part of the things that helps inform a lot of the decision making. Is historically, if we're always making that trend where we have a compromise number, it gives the council a better idea of historically where we're going to end up on these questions. You know, this is,
And to James's point, and to Judy's point, so obviously with the Orange County Fire Authority, we have a locked-in contract with a cap of 4%. So for forecasting purposes, we always factor the 4%.
4.5.
4.5. We just received the first estimate from OCFA yesterday, and it looks like they're going to be coming in at about 3.25%, 3.75%. So under, yet we're prepared for the higher rate. With the Sheriff's Department, it is something that they're going through a little bit of a revamping of how they do their cost allocations, and the hopes are that they come back with a little bit more of a transparent process. Many times, to Judy's point, the first estimate will be a low number, but then the next estimate goes high, then we see it drop down again. So it's kind of a hard trend to follow. So, but your point is taken.
Okay, so speaking of fire, here's what we're-
One sec, Judy, before we move on from that. We had some discussions last year about maybe seasonal officers in the summertime. Have we had any more discussions? Have you had any more discussions about that, James?
I've been talking to the lieutenant about that, and also to his superiors at OCSD, and we've still been visiting that and trying to figure out what we can do. And we've been talking about the overtime hours. We also have some issues with the staffing levels, as far as we have some officers positions unfilled, and how we're using the overtime to fill those positions. So we have some things that we need to work out, and hopefully we might make some changes to the budget based on those.
Thank you.
Okay, so for our fire services contract, we projected an increase of 4.5%, or $330,000. We've already talked about this, and this assumes the same service level as the current year that we're in, fiscal 16. We often talk about fire program, and it includes ambulance, but the 4.5% contract increase is really just the base contract. The ambulance services, we pay the actual costs incurred for that. So I kind of have separated those out. So the ambulance program, just to remind you, our current program now includes one full-time OCFA ambulance and one full-time care ambulance, which began November 1st of 2015. OCFA are based on actual costs. For care ambulance, we have a contract, so we know what the amount is through November. Our forecast just projects a slight growth in that. I can't remember what the growth is. It's probably based on CPI for that contract. So that's how we projected for those. We, again, have not included any additional impact for a potential hospital closure. Hopefully maybe that won't happen, but we know that there may be some impacts from that. Yes, Lori?
Okay, on page 22 of your big ledger,
Yes.
you do estimate that OCFA places the cost of the closed hospital at $1.2 million. And I wanted to ask, I know a couple council members are closer to this than some of the mayor, for example, I know is very close to this. Should we be putting that into the long-term budget to send a signal that there will be pain if we lose our hospital? And we can always take it out if, do you have an opinion on that? You're closest to the situation.
Well, it's something actually that the specifics of this, Chris and I are both pretty close to this, and we haven't spoken about that exact idea. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe the city manager could weigh in on that.
I think based on some of the meetings we've had with other hospital providers and experts in that field, I think it might be a little bit too soon to contemplate that. Maybe as we get farther into the budget process, we'll have a clearer picture of the hospital and the direction they're going. But we're still looking at opportunities to facilitate something with the current site. I had lunch today with one of the board members of Memorial Care. We talked about the sale of the property. There was no mention of a closure, imminent closure. So I think it's still a little too fresh to make a decision on that.
Well, if and when the time, I have a lot of interest in the fact that we can quantify what the pain is going to be for the community if that hospital closes. And, I was over at Trader Joe's yesterday, and there was a terrible accident in the parking lot, and there was, and I was thinking at least that individual is going to be taken 2 blocks down the street for care and attention. So if it comes to a point where we're not as optimistic as it sounds like we might be today, I would like to have and it's not, as you said at the beginning of the meeting, it's not real money that's going to be spent. It's just a signal in our long-term planning that we're prepared for it.
And I'll add, we have been talking, I know the city manager has been in discussions with OCFA about different alternatives to help offset that impact, not just writing a check for 1.2 million in terms of if there's other creative ways that can lower the cost and still meet the needs of that potential closure. And so our goal is to, we hope we don't have to go there, but if we go there, we want to be creative in how we get there.
Okay, thank you.
I think a potential closure, I remember a quote by Hemingway, how do you go bankrupt? Have you ever heard that one? And Ernestine said in Sun Also Rises, how do you go bankrupt? 2 ways, gradually and then suddenly. And I think that's what a closure would be like, gradually and then suddenly. I think what would be a useful thing is to maybe what the exercise of a closure would look and feel like in terms of what emergency reserve fund would it come from? Almost as if it's, where almost it's not a placeholder, but effectively you're doing a dry run for what a closure would look and feel like. What emergency reserve would you tap into? What would how would you? It would be useful to have a plan in place, because if it did happen, we couldn't take a month of council meetings and budgetary items and line item. Oh, we're going to do this, and no, we need to have some emergency reserve tasked for it with a line item on what a short-term emergency measure is, and long-term meetings and agenda items, just so that. Because it will come quickly when it does, and when it does, we should have at least some idea of where we would go to when that happens in terms of our funding and the action items from there.
I think if I could add to that too, if we're looking at this holistically, just ask OCFA what their ramp-up time would be to implement those changes, and then also reach out to our secondary ambulance provider and see what their options are, and just what their ramp-up time frame is and how they would implement it. So that way we'd know exactly what those.
Because I think this would fit something like our emergency reserve very well, where it's something that's unforeseeable, we can't control it, and ultimately we could task that until we implement it into the next year's budget or a line item, and then backfill that way. So it would just be nice to have that exercise already drawn out so that we could be prepared either way.
City manager, it's not like the hospital can close the doors tomorrow, though. Everybody understands that. What is the time frame when they announce to the Attorney General that?
That I'm not sure. We'll have to talk to the Attorney General and get some direction from them as to how they see the process going once they make that announcement. But I still think we have some cards to play with their public benefit as being a nonprofit, and them not using their public benefit. They're making $120 million and spending $600,000 in San Clemente. None of that profit is coming to this region. So hopefully the Attorney General, if we get a meeting with them, will be receptive to that and hold their feet to the fire, so to speak, to do a public benefit to us.
Well, you said if we have a meeting. I thought you and I and Mr. Sun had one scheduled.
We do, next week.
Okay, we've got one. We have a meeting that we're going to be asking these questions at next week. So.
Just to fill you in, Bob, on that last question about how long could it take, during our meetings down at the community center, the shortest time frame would be 30 days, and the longest would be 90 to notice of the report, file the report, and have it completed. So
that's from Dr. Stratton.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
from Dr. Stratton.
Notification from Moral Care to Dr. Stratton, and then him taking that up to the AG.
Thank you.
I guess my point is I'd rather have some type of rough plan in place so that we knew that when.
I think that's spot on, Tim. I'm surprised that hasn't come across our desk yet up to this point, that we haven't, as a group, thought of
I
that.
think we've all thought it out. I know in
Yeah.
conversations, James and Eric have already brought this up. Maybe it's already in their heads. I just don't know if
But
it's
to have something on paper form that's, yeah.
in
that's
our
a great idea.
documents would be useful.
Understood.
Okay, so moving on, so this is the culmination of the forecast. Where does it land as in terms of operating position? And, I usually preface by mentioning this is only general fund. I think we all know that by now, but this is only general fund. So we're looking at 17 at actually a projected surplus, 0.4 million, 400,000. In 18, a $100,000 surplus, and then as we talked earlier, deficits going into the out years. Again, we're very conservative, and I told you all the things that are included and not included, so that's where we land. Unassigned fund balance, again, our savings account. At 16, as we talked about, we project to end this current year at 4.6 million. And then you can see that growth in 17 and 18. Not only does the operating position add to this, but any one-time monies coming in will add to this as well. And so then you can see in the last 3 years sort of that downward trend into unassigned fund balance. I need to reiterate that this excludes capital projects. And so this all looks great until you start adding the amount that we need for capital projects, and what happens there is you see a much different picture. And so the capital projects that are included in this projection here are based on what was in the last year's budget. So if you look at last year's budget, we have a 5-year projection, and I looked at what was at 17 and just used those numbers. They tend to change frequently. New projects come up, projects get completed, that type of thing. And so our staff is currently working on the new CIP, which would be different numbers than this, but I just wanted to give you an idea of what adding capital projects would do to the unassigned fund balance. And so obviously, as seen here, we wouldn't have enough to cover just what we had in last year's budget. What this excludes is I just have to make sure you know, it excludes the sand replenishment project. It was a big number, it was like 4 million, but I know there's grant revenue coming in, and so I didn't want to kind of really skew this with a $4 million expense, and so that's been taken out of the calculation here. So our general fund assigned reserves, we now just have the 2 assigned reserves, the emergency reserve and sustainability. If you remember in past years, we had that Vista Hermosa reserve. That's now been depleted, so we have these 2. So at the end of 17, we're expecting to have 5.1 in the emergency, and then you can see that grows because right now it's 9% of the general fund expenditures, and then our flat sustainability reserve. What you're going to hear in our next presentation on reserves is a recommendation to combine these reserves and do something a little bit different. At the end of the day, that 15.1 million, most of it would still remain as a reserve. It just would be restructured a little bit and called, put into other reserves and maybe called something different. But most of it would still remain as an emergency reserve. So just to mention other fund balance issues that will impact that unassigned fund balance and the money we have. We talked a little bit before, Marblehead development. The phase 1 is open. We expect more stores and restaurants to be phased in over this year, the next year. The revenues from this are replacing those for the Vista Hermosa Reserve, which is now depleted. Now, I always have to mention this. It's not a one-to-one. It's not that this money goes and pays for Vista Hermosa. It's just that when the reserve for Vista Hermosa went away, our revenues went down. When this outlet mall came in, our revenues go up. So that was what the timing was all about, is to replace that reserve to fund the Vista Hermosa Sports Park.
Judy, I'd like to make a formal request for an agenda item on the outlet mall the next 5 years. And hopefully it would be presented in partnership with the developer, but I'd like to see, there are so many moving pieces out there, and I'd like to hear how they're thinking about their prospects. I know there's a hotel discussion going on. We hear rumors about the white tablecloth restaurants, but it would be very helpful. I don't know whether it's to come to a council meeting as an agendized item or if it's a white paper, but I'd like to see their business plan for the next 5 years to the extent that it's reasonable to make that request.
I think we'll probably.
I think it'll help you do your
Absolutely.
assumptions.
I think we'd probably bring that back to the council in the form of a presentation and allow some Q&A to go back and forth if that would be something that the council wished upon.
But the idea would be business plan, key milestones, and there's nothing magic about 5 years. If it's 8 years, whatever it is, but the long view.
I think if that's also dependent on them, if they want to provide that to us, because we call them and ask them for information, and they give us the cold shoulder. Stuff is coming. We don't know. I had dinner with the general manager out there, and she says, "You seem to know more about the hotel coming than I do." So it's gamesmanship. For whatever reason, trade secrets, they don't want to share that information with us.
Well, at one point, I'd like to move from gamesmanship to partnership, because they are part of our community now, and
Well, we asked nicely.
Yeah, so.
And they've submitted for signage, is that right?
No, they haven't. They've put in some ideas, but they haven't submitted
Nothing official?
a formal package, complete package for the signage.
And And if it is that they don't want their business plan out in the public domain, I totally respect that, but if there's some combination of staff and council that could just sit down and hear what the next 5 to 10 years, whatever,
We will ask.
okay.
Okay, and on that vein, about halfway through, we want to mention the building and sales of the residential homes are currently underway, and those are selling. We have included some property tax revenue in the second and third year from those sales. The operating costs for new parks and trails have been added to our operating budget, so that's increasing costs along with this increased revenue. And as we said before, future phases are not included in the forecast.
I'm sorry to be such a
Yes.
pest, I'll be quiet soon.
No, it's
On
okay.
the residential homes, you're talking about the Seaview Estates, correct?
Yes.
Just refresh our thinking on the Community Development Fund, when, because that's the tail of the dog, right? That's the money that comes after everything's built.
When you say community development fund, you're talking about, I'm not sure,
There's,
this,
there's, yeah.
As the building permits are pulled,
Certain numbers.
are you talking about the Community Facilities District?
Yes, I'm
that was
sorry,
just
the
formed?
CFD, not the CDF.
Okay,
Thank you.
so-
Thank you. The CFD.
So the CFD that was just basically bonded and will become part of the Mello-Roos that is assessed to the property tax of those homeowners.
But that's years away as far as our thinking in terms of budget implications.
There are no budget implications from us. We're only the administrator of the CFD.
She's referring to like the North Beach.
So, and that's what I was thinking. Are you thinking of as the building, as the home permits are pulled, we're getting a portion of that money, which will equate to about, I'm looking at Tom, about 1.2 or 1.5 million dollars
Right.
that we'll realize in around
So
2018.
it's when the building permit,
Yeah, so it's
2018, that's what I
incremental.
wanted to
It's,
know.
there was a point where it hit 50 and then 100 and then it was 150 and then we would get increments based on when we attained
Correct.
those permits.
Well, we
pulled,
did
right?
spend a portion of that on the Hanson Beach Club, is that correct?
Yes, I'll leave it that way. It's part of that money, and I defer to Tom to talk about that money that we used for the, what's the one? Courtney's Sandcastle that we used.
$70,000.
That was separate from the money that we're collecting from the building permits as the homes are built. Correct, so it's not part of that 1.2, it was a separate developer pot of money related to that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, another item that's impacting in a positive way our fund balance are the land sales, the Bayota land sales. I don't know if I say that right. Bayota, I don't know. I keep the L silent as for like French. I'm not sure why, but sales are underway. There were 3 single-family lots and 24 mobile home lots there. So far, the city's received about 1.3 million in proceeds to date, and that's been put into our general liability fund. We are anticipating possibly an extra 6.3 million in proceeds, but the timing of that is uncertain. And as you all know, the cha-ching factor. We haven't received it yet, so we don't want to count it, but we have it out there as a thought process of what might be coming. We do have some needs for that money. 1.4 million is recommended to pay off our general liability insurance retrospective payments. We've been making payments on that each year, but then new retrospective charges come in, so we'd like to get that paid off. And then we also need to bring up the general liability reserve balance to meet our fiscal policy. And Jake's going to talk more about reserves in just a few minutes, but that's what the plan is. And the remainder of that money would be available for allocations, possibly for maintenance reserves, possibly for capital projects. Yes, Kathy?
I think last year, we were saying that money from the proceeds of that land was going to go towards maintenance reserves. Isn't that your goal last year?
That was actually La Plata, is what we were saying.
Not the Beata property?
Well,
Yeah, Belota,
how do you say it?
I want to say it was probably 3 LTFPs ago. I always remember the blackboard in the LTFP that had the allocation of Baylota land sales going towards the general liability. I had made comments about the potential of selling the Vista Hermosa La Plata site, that money being able to be used as a facility maintenance reserve in the event of that property being sold.
But Kathy, I think you're right. I think overall, additions to general fund unassigned balance, we'd like to be able to fund our maintenance and reserves. And so that's kind of the theme that we're moving forward with. So I think you're correct. Yes. Okay, and then La Plata Vista Hermosa, we just talked about 3.3 million in proceeds. That's an estimate based on the most recent estimate that we have that was done by an outside, what's the word? I don't know what it's called. Anyway, yes, thank you, the appraisal, most recent appraisal. There are other land use options that may be considered for this site, so we're not saying that we would necessarily receive that 3.3 million in proceeds, depending on what options the site is used for. But if we do, could be part of the funding strategy for the facility maintenance reserve. So what's next is we're going to, not what's next tonight, but what's next in the next couple months is we'll have the budget workshop public hearing on May 24th. We'll be combining that this year, so we'll have one meeting with the budget workshop as well as the public speaking. Last couple years, I think public came after the council had their workshop, and we think it would be a good idea for the public to be able to speak to council when you're having the workshop, so that as you're making these decisions, the public has their input. And then also the budget adoption on June 13th. And those dates, they're, June 13th is actually a Monday, and that's because the council meeting has been changed due to the election that will be held here. So I want to make sure when people see that, they're not wondering if that's a special meeting. It's actually a regular council meeting. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have. No? Okay, so Jake is going to come up, and Jake's going to talk about reserves and fiscal policy.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jake Ron, and I'm the Financial Services Officer. Tonight I'll be presenting the reserve analysis and fiscal policy, which is part of the long-term financial plan, and just going through it. One of the things, as you read the report, you might have noticed that we made a change to the reserve categories a little bit. We've kind of been morphing these over, I would say, the last 5 or 6 years. We basically slimmed down the 7 reserve categories into 3 basic categories. And this is a little bit of a thought process change. You can see from the pyramid, we're starting down with the bottom as the emergency, that being the base and the core of the city's finances. And it makes sure the city's reserves and makes sure operations, kind of what you were talking about before, can continue on. Then from that, we basically did the capital and the infrastructure reserves. And that's just to make sure that the facilities are properly maintained and basically how we're delivering the services and the facilities that we use are adequate and meeting the needs of the community. Then we have the operational reserves, which allows for the smoothing of the costs. So basically, we're not hit by any one-time costs, or there's a way to adjust for those to the best of our ability, such as a one-time claim or something along those lines. And just so you're aware, a list of all the reserves are on page 79 of the long-term financial plan. As far as the reserve changes, this was alluded to earlier. In the emergency reserves, we're recommending the removal of the sustainability reserve. Basically, the sustainability reserve didn't have a replenishment mechanism and essentially acted as an additional emergency reserve. So we took that into consideration, and basically in the fiscal policy, we're recommending essentially transferring $8.6 or $8.7 million of the reserve to other reserves. And the biggest of those is basically beefing up our emergency reserve to an appropriate level. I mean, before we always considered the emergency reserve and the sustainability reserve and then compared that to the GFOA requirements or GFOA best practices. This we took into consideration as part of this. In addition to the other reserve transfers, I'll talk about the other reserve transfers a little bit, but I also wanted to point out that we're recommending a transfer to the, for the payment of the negotiable certificates of participation, and that would be basically a $1.35 million transfer, and that would allow for the payoff of that debt.
Does that leave us debt-free in terms of property debt?
Yes, that would leave us debt-free. I mean, there are assessment districts outstanding in CFDs, but those are related to property owners and the property owners within the city.
So one of the things I remember is that you can't be AAA rated if you don't really have any debt, which is kind of a funny thing that I heard that term before, that others say we don't have AAA rating because we don't actually have any debt that we've incurred. So, which would be that's a first world problem. I'd love to have that problem. Yeah. So, let's do it.
So would I.
Yeah.
And going to touch on the total of going to other reserves, again, I already mentioned the 20%, meaning 20% of the operating expenditures, basically beefing that up with a 6.2 million, moving 6.2 million of the 10 million to the emergency reserve. We're also recommending approximately 800,000 to the accrued leave reserve. You might recall that annually we kind of do a transfer over to the accrued leave reserve. This would allow us basically to fund those liabilities that are outstanding related to sick and or vacation time, basically any vested leave that is paid when employees leave. So again, taking care of debt that is on our books. The facilities maintenance reserve, we're recommending a $1.7 million transfer, and that's basically to provide funds for deferred maintenance, and I'll be touching on that one a little bit more.
Before you leave this slide, Jake, you talk about the Government Finance Officers Association recommendations, and you use these to come up with this idea. Is that correct?
I use that, yes.
And what do they recommend you fund your general fund emergency reserve at? What percent?
That is a wonderful question. And moving on, the general fund emergency reserve, basically GFOA recommends through their best practices 16.67, which is basically 2 months out of 12 months. So we'd be. We're going to go to the reaction. Oh.
I had a feeling that this question would come up, so I actually have the policy that the GFOA wrote specific to this, and it was a policy that was recently updated as well. And as it's coming up, it specifically cites a couple of different contingencies, but the most important thing is it basically says you should have 2 months of your operating expense in your reserve. And so here it is right here. So best practice on unreserved general fund balances to recommend that general purpose governments maintain at a minimum an unrestricted general fund balance of no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating revenues or regular general fund operating expenditures. This amounts to about 16.7% of either the general fund operating revenues or the regular general fund operating expenditures. The GFOA cautions that some governments may require much larger reserves based on their particular financial situation. Conversely, a lower level of reserves may be appropriate for governments such as states, cities, and counties because they are better able to predict and plan for contingencies and because they often have more of a diversified revenue base that mitigate problems with revenue volatility. So a couple of things that I'm going to point out, and Judy may chime in as well. When you look at diverse revenue, we really only have about 3 revenues. Sales tax, property tax, and TOT are the main revenue things. So from a diversification standpoint, we're not super diversified. And we're limited in what other revenues we can get. We can look at fees, we can look at other charges and those types of things, keeping in mind that it's full cost recovery. We can't charge more than what it costs for us to do the actual review process. But one of the things that we're fortunate is it talks about governments and, about the plan or looking at how we can predict. We use the LTFP, and I know, speaking from my own government sector experience, this is my 4th city. The other 3 cities I've been at do not do long-term financial planning, and I know James probably can speak to the same as well. That tool in itself helps us forecast any potential variables over the next 5 years as we're building our budget. So I think when we went back and we looked at it, okay, 2 months is maybe a little bit too small. We're looking at maybe 2.5 to 3 months with our 20%. We have adequate reserves. We're looking to better strategically plan, whether it's through Lucidity and the CMMS, whether it's through the IT strategic plan to forecast those things. And so, that is kind of more or less where we got to the 20%. I'll let Judy or Jake also kind of chime in on that, but I wanted you to see this policy just to kind of know where we come from with that.
And it's also to reinforce, again, we go above and beyond. GFOA is only requiring, or what their recommendation is 16.67 or 16.7. We're going above and beyond that, and it is 2.4 months. So, and just to give you a little bit of a snapshot where we are existing wise and where we're recommending proposed wise, you can see from the table the emergency reserve is at 4.8, and that would be the 9%, which we're currently at. And then in addition to that, we also have the sustainability reserve of 10 million. And it would basically be transitioning to basically having 11 million in our emergency reserve, and that would be the 20% level.
where's the other 3.8 million going? You're going to tell us that. No, next slide, probably.
All right.
Well, before we
Well,
go
No,
hang-
away-
hang on
not
a
that
second.
good.
Yeah,
Hang on
I
a
want to
sec.
talk about this, of everything we're doing tonight, I want to spend the most time on this for, so, first of all, I'm really glad you brought up the policy, because it's always healthy to look at our policies. For those of us that were here during the recession, it was that sustainability reserve that caused us to keep our AAA rating, because we had the cushion that other cities didn't have. So, the amount of money, I'm up to discussing, but I wanted to give you a different way to think about this, because I've looked at a bunch of cities. There's cities that have emergency reserves, and then they have economic stabilization reserves, and those two roll up to 20%, 25%. If you happen to be La Quinta, it rolls up to 60%. So I'm going to suggest for discussion an emergency reserve that might be something like this, equal to 10% of the operating expenditures, and the purpose of this reserve is to provide funding in the event of an emergency that threatens the safety, lives, or property of the city and its residents. And some of the language I liked from other cities. Use of emergency funds require 4 affirmative votes by city council. Best efforts are made to replace the funds 36 months after allocation. Examples of emergencies include natural disasters or extraordinary conditions beyond the control of the city that require combined efforts with other jurisdictions. So the idea is we'd have an emergency reserve, but it would truly be an emergency reserve for catastrophic or, and then other cities have things that are called economic stabilization reserves, which is sort of what our sustainability budget was. And so that language might be close to what we have here. The city will maintain whatever you say the percent should be of operating expenditures to provide economic and financial stability during periods of economic downturn. The purpose of this fund is to protect essential service programs or other expenditures that couldn't be reasonably foreseen in the budget preparation process. And these funds are not to be accessed to fund new programs, projects, or personnel. So the idea is we've got 2 funds there, and I'm coming from the place of I believe it's important to keep our AAA rating. And I understand your need to move $3 million to a different reserve. So to be clear, I'm not discussing that. I'm just discussing the importance of having, maybe sharpening our emergency reserve and still keeping an economic tool in there for future councils.
What's our current policy on the emergency
It's on page
reserve?
102. And this is why I'm very grateful that you brought it up. Policy 24 and 26 are almost verbatim the same, so why not mush them together?
And then,
So-
I don't know if Bob wants me to deal with the 3.8 million now. We have the slide up. so
No,
I
we'll
can go
wait,
ahead
we'll,
and-
we'll
Okay.
wait for a minute, but let's talk about this for a second, because, you know, frankly, I like the idea of going to Government Finance Officer Association numbers. I like that. So whatever they're recommending in this, I like, because I like counting on folks that deal with all these other cities like you were speaking about. So what do they recommend in this? Because we can call it anything we want to. We can call it an economic fund. We can call it a sustainability reserve. We can call it an emergency. We can call it, you know, some other name. But what do they recommend?
They
Jay?
recommend the 16.7%, but if you want, what I can do is we can circle back to this, just because I don't want to get caught up in one thing and lose a little bit of sight of where the funds are going. So maybe doing my presentation in the whole might be the best way, and then we'll circle back to this discussion. I mean, it's just an option I'll throw out there.
Well, sure, but is this worth talking about? Is there appetite for this?
I'm interested in chatting about that, because I think that just you know, to tell you what my thoughts are on is that it's important. I think what you're talking about is basically putting policies into place that would prevent a misuse of the funds by future councils. But I'd also like to ensure that by preventing any misbehavior, but we're also not handcuffing councils. So I think there's a real middle ground that we have to employ there. For example, one thing you said is in interagency efforts. That means we couldn't actually use our emergency funds unless we had another agency participating with this. Things like that could be very tricky on the use. So I think that You're right. We have to have something that safeguards it from a council who isn't going to be responsible, but also that when something really does happen, they say, well, it looks like we're going to have to pull in a general fund because we can't get to the emergency reserves. Thanks, council, previous council. So I think there's a balance there that we have to employ.
Do you want me to send this to Laura and get her to print it out?
I already put it on the screen.
Jake's presentation, we go to the actual policy.
Yeah.
So I'm
Okay.
just wondering if
Okay.
that might be a good time to.
Okay.
you know, you wanna-
And I guess the last thing to, Bob, to your point, and I am totally clear that there's reserves in their reserves, but San Marcos has 40% in their reserves of this type. Palos Verdes has 50%. Santa Barbara has 25%. Laguna Beach in their disaster contingency fund, which would be the emergency reserve, they have 30%.
And
So,
And just to touch on that a little bit too, I'm part of a listserv and emails go around and questions always come up. What are your reserves, or questions on various aspects of things? And there was a recent survey that was done, I want to say probably like about 6 months ago. And it pretty much went along with most of Lori's information. There were reserves anywhere. I wouldn't want to be in the city, but there was a reserve with a 5% reserve, and then reserves all the way up to 60%. And then some of the reserves were funded at the appropriate level. Some of them were underfunded. Some of them were way overfunded. So I'm just basically backing up what she's saying as far as that. Probably most of the reserves, I would say, just from my cursory review, were in the 20 to 25% range.
And that's one of the reasons we asked for this discussion last year, is because we wanted to find out exactly what the Government Finance Officers Association recommended. I think we all discussed that and thought it was a good idea to hear about these recommendations. So, if we want to circle back and talk about changing those some more, we can certainly do that. But
Yeah, I'll go ahead and continue on with
Thank
it,
you.
and then we'll circle
Thank
back
you.
to that. So just to address Bob's question regarding the 3.8, I basically went back one slide, and we're talking about the 1.3 million going to pay the negotiation, and then we have the 800,000, which would be going to the accrued leave, and then we have the 1.7, which would be going to the facilities maintenance, and that should get us to about the 3.8 million. All right, and one of the, again, that's kind of talking about the emergency reserves. We're moving on to the capital and infrastructure reserves, and that's to make sure that the assets that are within the city are being properly maintained and meeting the needs of the citizens. One of the things as we were going through is we wanted to identify which specific assets relate to which specific reserve categories. It's always been, I don't want to say, a little bit of a management determination, or just looking at the description and figuring out where things might be funded. But it's basically, we have a lot of things coming online. We have the BPR master plan, we have changes in staffing, we have the maintenance, which now is under Public Works, and we have other considerations that have come up. It's directing staff to analyze the capital asset categories and identify assets funded for replacement in the facilities maintenance reserve, the capital equipment reserve, and the park asset reserve. And Ken is going to talk a little bit about this as part of the capital paper, just because that's where the Lucity implementation is coming into play. They're going through the process of identifying the different asset types or categories, and we're just basically saying, okay, let's go ahead, figure out which assets actually relate to which categories, and better identify it. And that could either happen through a policy or identifying items a little bit more in the purpose statements that in each of the reserve papers. In addition, these are also, I'll call them more of the routine transfers. We're transferring 300,000 to the facilities maintenance reserve, and that, again, that's just helping out. You'll see the other piece of the 1.7 coming in, basically from the dissolution of the sustainability reserve, and that's to help with any deferred maintenance that has occurred over the years. We're transferring 60,000 to the park asset reserve. Again, just keeping the equipment properly maintained. That's where you may remember from some recent council meetings that that's where a lot of the playground equipment replacement is coming from. And then also there's a direction for staff to pursue an additional one-time transfer of up to 2.7 million from water operating funds. this is basically trying to get our water depreciation reserves a little bit more funded. As if you look through the report, you'll see that's really where we've struggled a little bit in funding wise. We're going to take a look at where we are from a financial standpoint throughout the course of the year. Again, it's up to 2.7. We have to see the effect of the drought, where we are, how the Baker treatment plant, whether we can actually get any buy-in, but we wanted to stick that out there and let you know that we are trying to deal with the water depreciation reserves.
Jake, would you explain that last sentence, though? We're going to transfer funds if we can't get into the Baker treatment plant capital project. Is that what you're saying right there?
Yeah, because right now we're transferring 2.7 million from the water operating funds to basically fund that capital project. So if that capital project does not occur or is we're unable to reach agreement, we would recommend transferring an amount to depreciation from, I'll call it, any remaining funds. So let's say it doesn't go forward. We might transfer 100,000, we might transfer 1 million. Again, we have to basically see where we are from the drought perspective, and you might have seen some of the mid-year adjustments related to water funds. So we just kind of are circling back and seeing where you're at and what a prudent amount to transfer would be.
Okay, thank you.
For the operational reserves, again, this was touched a little bit in the forecast. It's to dissolve the Vista Hermosa Sports Park Maintenance and Operation Reserve. This is just kind of more of a housekeeping type item. That reserve has been fully utilized. The second one is, you may recall from the previous long-term financial plan, we recommended the creation of the pension reserve, which had $500,000 worth of money in it, and that was to basically assist in any smoothing of the CalPERS rates. As Judy pointed out in the forecast, we're actually getting a little bit of a decrease in rates, so that essentially, I'll call it, frees up that money, and what we're recommending to do is pay some of the unfunded liability related to the Marine Safety Plan. For the accrued leave reserve, we put it in two pieces. Basically, the $180,000 that is more of the one-time or the annual transfer that we've kind of been doing, and then the receipt of the $794 from the sustainability reserve. And then the last one is related to the Bayota property, and that's to retain the land sale proceeds. And this isn't any change from before. We had we're trying to fund the reserve first, and then we're going to pay the retrospective liability, and then any refund of excess proceeds would go to the general fund for council allocation.
I'd like to put a policy in here that will make sure that we all properly say Belota correctly. That's what I want, because I've heard at least 6 or 7. I'd like to know actually how it's pronounced, because for years I've been saying Belota, but that actually, is it? Are you sure?
Well, it's like Calle.
Well, that's right. So we are in a Spanish colonial town by the sea.
Bellota?
Yeah, exactly. Belota. Beota.
I just know the insurance folks call it.
Okay, well, I guess the people who are, like, you know what, we'll have the people who buy those lots, they can call it whatever they want. The people who are purchasing the lots, they can name it however they want.
And then we'll circle back to the fiscal policy, and this is where we're making the recommended changes for the general fund emergency reserve. Again, the changes to the general fund emergency reserve, we would be recommending the change from 9% to 20%. And I just also wanted to point out the last bullet point, if the reserve is ever used, then the next LTFP process would bring forward a plan for replenishment. So we would come back, if the reserve was used, we would come back with a plan the following year in order to properly replenish it and provide a plan. So that being said, I'll let you go ahead. Any comments? Okay. Oh, and again, the elimination of the sustainability reserve as per the reserve analysis, the $1.35 million to pay down debt, we're moving the essentially $8.7 million to other reserves, and that was covered previously.
Jake, is there a chart in here that compares the, I see a chart that says what we're planning on for reserve funds here on fiscal policy changes, page 5 in your report, and the other, the reserve changes one that's over there on page 2. So from that, we're talking about taking our reserves from 14.8 million down to 11 million. Is that correct?
Let me go ahead and go back to that slide. That would be, the emergency and sustainability reserve is currently, they total about 14.8 million, and we would be, through our recommendation, just the flat 20% as opposed to the 9% plus 10 million, that would be 11 million.
So 11 million is 20%.
Yes.
But that's not the only reserve fund we're going to have.
Correct.
We're also going to have an accrued leave reserve fund, and we're going to have a facilities maintenance reserve fund,
Yeah.
and
And just going back to this, pyramid, again, the emergency reserve is down on bottom. The infrastructure, essentially council could use those if we ran into, let's say it was a disaster like an earthquake or something like that, and we did need to utilize those funds. Those would be funds available, as capital equipment, facilities maintenance, park asset reserve. If they were, I would say, the more funded or the better funded they are, the ability would be there.
attach some numbers to those for me, will you please, Jake?
Page 79
yeah.
in the book might be more helpful.
Yeah.
It kind of lists all the funds. These are current reserves and all we have. Okay. Page 79.
Yeah, can.
But for apples to apples, that government finance standard doesn't include things like golf course and things like that.
No, it
yeah.
would be pretty much the general, if you look on the table where it says fund and it says general fund, that would be items that replace to the general fund, and that's
So
the
the se-
discretionary
the
fund of
second
the
line.
city.
Actually,
Yeah.
in this case, the
Second
first and
column,
second
sorry.
line, yeah.
So it'd be the sustainability reserve, the general fund emergency reserve, and then capital equipment replacement, facilities maintenance, park asset replacement, and then the Vista Hermosa has been used. The pension reserve, we're freeing up that 500, or transferring that 500,000 to pay an unfunded liability. And just on that one, since I'm here, we'd need to take a separate council action for that, for the appropriation. And then we have the accrued leave reserve, which is also general fund.
Is this the time where it's appropriate to chat about these, about Lori's idea regarding the two reserve funds?
I'm having a hard time reconciling it seems like we wanted to get this in place. We wanted to talk about these funds because we weren't sure whether we were underfunded or overfunded. And I think finance has taken a big step there and decided that this is the way to fund it. If we want to carve out some portion of what they're calling the emergency fund and say, you know, that it's a real severe emergency fund, I mean, I'm okay with that, but I don't think we should go back and you know, make the sausage again here, should we? Or can we just leave that alone and carve out part of this emergency fund as a pick some term?
Well, the good thing about 20%, it makes it nice and easy. You can have a 10% and a 10% if you wanted to go halvesies, or you could go 15 or 5. I'll just point that
You
out.
are good at arithmetic, Jake, very.
Well, you know, I mean,
And I like that idea because I keep going back to what got us the AAA rating, and it was the sustainability. Other cities call it a fiscal sustainability. One city calls it a bridge the gap fund. This was not original thinking on my part. In economic stabilization, that was the most
Yeah.
common one.
I mean, we could still keep it the emergency reserve, but have basically two caveats with 10% related to economic stability, and then 10% for emergency or something along
Catastrophic.
those lines, so.
You know what? One of the things, though, that I would be hesitant to do is, for example, let's look at economic stabilization reserves. Under this definition, the city will maintain a reserve. And I know this is just a sample language you're just putting out there to thought, because we're going to coalesce
And the
around
number,
it.
I don't care about, I mean, well, I care after a point, but.
But one of the challenges, for example, let's look at economic stabilization reserves. This is the city maintaining reserves equal to 15%, and it's if there's a 2-year recession, then you can access these funds to help stabilize items. One of the things I see, for example, let's say a future council is dealing with, say, an adverse lawsuit decision, or something that's very specific to San Clemente in terms of the hospital catastrophe. That is not a recessionary item. As a matter of fact, it's not even an interagency item, but it's an item that has a very specific emergency effect on San Clemente. I would hate to put a council in a position where they couldn't access any of these funds because it doesn't meet certain criteria that don't do it. And so, and you acknowledge that. You said it has to be specific enough that it can't be abused, but not so specific that we end up with a beach parking fund that we can't spend because we don't have projects that meet that such exacting criteria. And so I think if you were to maybe have a step of like a supermajority on council, a 4-member vote on like you have it here, but without necessarily putting those, recessionary triggers or interagency triggers in there, you have to have a supermajority vote to access emergency reserves, and should be under extraordinary, shouldn't fund new programs or new staffing positions, et cetera. Then I think you can create that, that protection in there without necessarily having to meet economic conditions that could, that we may not foresee. You see what I'm saying, Eric?
I understand what you're saying, and so one of the things I kind of did really quickly as you brought up the different cities, because one of the things is you can use the GFOA as a benchmark for best practices, but then when you also have to look at your own financial condition to kind of also help guide you. And so, in the case of La Quinta, what I find very interesting is they have one reserve that's non-spendable, that's $58 million. But looking at their 2015 budget, the reason they did it was when the RDA dissolved, it gutted their budget. And so they were left with that wound, if you will, and they never want to have to be there again. Huntington Beach, on the other hand, looking at them, I remember they have a 50% for economic uncertainties reserve. That kind of speaks to the economic. One of their issues they had about 10 years ago was they got heavily fined by CalPERS for incomplete payroll reporting. And so after 4 years of not reporting correctly, CalPERS said, here's a bill of about $10 million that you need to pay. So there always are circumstances for many of these agencies that lead them to come to this reserve because they never want to relive the past that has, issues with it. I like the idea of trying to find the middle ground of not being too specific and not being too vague so that there's not just a free-for-all of accessing the money. I think one of the things I neglected to point out early on in my introduction was I do think we would like to have the council look at the voting protocols for when the funds can be accessed, because that's something that we haven't addressed. The other issue of the repayment scenario is important. However, I'll use the example of a disaster reserve, if you will. Pier falls into the water from a tsunami. And we're going to look at joint agencies to help rebuild the pier. JPIA is part of their insurance policy. We're probably also going to be getting FEMA money and to help for personnel cost, but we may need some reserve money to help kickstart it. And so when we look at disasters, maybe, we can put in there some multi-jurisdictional approaches and have some, language. I think one of the things that we talked about was safety, public safety. I can't remember the terms that we were thinking of, but some simple language that says in the event of a disaster that affects the
Safety,
wealth.
lives, or property of the city.
Thank you. Something like that. So it has to be an earthquake, of a 5.0 or greater. It has to be a tsunami so that we don't have those specifics, because we'll think of everything and then a tornado will hit.
I would say one idea may be that, you've got a 20% reserve, that if you're accessing a portion of it, let's say 5 million to 8 million, that a supermajority of council would be sufficient to be able to access those under certain things. But if you're going anywhere beyond that, say it is an extraordinary circumstance, you'd need a 5-0 vote. Let's say you're going to deplete the final 10% for a use that you need something a little more extraordinary, like an option that requires a full council majority. I think this is great discussion, so you can bring back some ideas. I don't think we can solve this tonight, But what I don't want to have is 20 years from now, an emergency sustainability funding that nobody could access, that we're going to have to figure out a way to dissolve and get back to the,
Right back
because-
to the sustainability of $10 million.
Right, and so it has to be practical, it has to be useful, but it also isn't something where, you could have people showing up saying, local charities saying, hey, we need money, we have an emergency, you have an emergency reserve, you should give that to us. It has to be something where we can't just write checks because we feel bad, so.
Maybe I'm not following along well, Lori, but I'm not seeing the need to make this overwhelming changes. Is there communities in California that are just spending willy-nilly with their emergency funds and their councils can't be trusted? Is that happening that we need to make these bigger changes? I mean,
I think my opening comment was that one of the things that I'm proudest of is our AAA rating.
Okay.
And the reason we kept the AAA rating during the economic downturn was because the sustainability fund had been introduced kind of against all odds. And so
Okay.
we were held up as a well-managed.
so your concern is that it's going away now? or being
Yes,
recommended to
I'm
go away.
concerned. But secondarily, I'm concerned, primarily, I'm glad to be able to look at this with fresh eyes because when I talk to other beach cities, this idea of a disaster fund or an emergency fund in the truest spirit was new thinking to me. And to Eric's point, some of the cities get into, we define emergency as air pollution, flood, firestorm, earthquake, riot, or other conditions likely to be beyond the control of our city. So we don't want.
That happens every council meeting. We could never. That's come on.
The air pollution.
Yeah,
part.
I know. Riot.
I mean, if we're going to go down this route, I have two concerns, and they're very similar to Tim's concern. The first one is the new projects and personnel thing, because just looking at the example Tim keeps going back to, San Quentin Hospital, is we're going to fund new personnel to offweigh the cost of losing the
But
facility.
not out of this money, it would come out of a different source.
Okay, but
This is the cookie jar.
my other concern, though, is that 4 affirmative votes, I mean, what's the difference between 3 and 4? I mean, if we have 3 people.
Supermajority.
I know, but I just don't see the need for it. 3 people think it's an emergency. It's just putting all these limitations on the funds to me doesn't seem like a necessary step. I support your concern about AAA bond rating, but I think a lot of these things in here it's too far, too much. So
What's the requirements on the sustainability reserve right now? How can we spend that, or can we spend that?
It's on page,
And kind of brought up in the previous presentation, one of the things that we had with our sustainability fiscal policy, it was a little bit vague
102.
in terms of what and when would trigger the uses of it.
Oh, so currently, we've had it in place for 5 years, we haven't touched it, and
and I think it's fine being vague because we don't know what's going to be around the corner. And that's the whole purpose of having those funds.
The crutch of the policy, which is policy number 26, says the fund balance will provide for economic and financial stability. And sustainable funds can be used only by formal action by the city council for specific purposes, such as providing consistent and adequate levels of service, provide for future capital needs, or provide for asset replacement.
This language seems fine for use with it's sustained us, we just apply maybe a version of this language to the new reserves that we have in place, or the emergency reserves, and I think that may be what you've done, based
which
on-
I don't disagree with, but what I'm asking for is the bedrock is this emergency that threatens the safety, lives, or property of the city and residents, that we recognize that we've been silent on that issue.
I think page 102 kind of had, what we were trying to do is sort of combine the language in the two and to put it in one. And just a couple things for council to consider is sometimes, Eric mentioned the tsunami comes and the pier goes away, right? So that's a natural disaster. But that could also overflow into, well, we have less tourists coming 3 months from now for summer because, well, the pier's not there, they're doing all this construction, we don't want to go. Well, the tourists not coming is not necessarily the natural disaster, but do you use the emergency reserve or the sustainability reserve? And so it sort of gets to these, little nitpicky sort of things about, well, which one is it? Is it the sustainability? And so that was our goal, was to try it. We wanted to combine them so that we didn't have to kind of deal with, is it a 2-year
And I'm
recession?
trying to create clearer separation.
Exactly.
So somewhere.
Yeah.
we'll-
So I'm just giving
Well,
you the
because
quick
the other thing, being the insurance authority representative, our city, the subsidence, the landslide issues in our city are quite unique. And I can see a day where we're going to be asked to put more skin in the game
Correct.
for that because,
I don't think that would, under this definition, I don't think that would trigger.
under, under this, though, it would, if there were a landslide, like say El Nino came and there
Oh,
was
well, if
a
it was-
slope failure, and the insurance would only take us part of the way toward remedy.
And so just throwing out ideas, you know, we have the GFOA standard at 16.7% for 2 months. Maybe the thought is we tailor the general fund emergency reserve to completely comply with the GFOA standard of 16.7%. And then the remainder of that balance that we had, we look at some type of disaster reserve with a definition of it, possibly. I'm just throwing out different ideas.
How you split it up is less interesting to me than the fact that I want to, because I think disaster preparedness and financial management are two hugely different operating principles. But if you are saying the emergency reserve should only be 2%,
2 months.
well, if the whole roll-up's gonna be 20% or whatever it's gonna, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying there's two kinds of emergencies. There's economic and there's catastrophic.
So
In the end, does it matter how it happens as much as the bottom line on the impact on the finances? Like, for example, let's say a tsunami comes and wipes it out an area, or a landslide happens. Does that really hit different reserves when we end up paying for it regardless?
you want to answer that, Judy?
Well, I think as Jake pointed out earlier, if something would happen with the pier, we also have the reserves for the capital replacement. So depending on, we could access those reserves as well. So there are other means to be able to access the reserves. In my mind, that's what we were trying to do, is combine it to do exactly what you were saying, Tim. Did it really matter? I understand what you're saying, Lori, and that's a different
At
outlook
the end of
on
the
it,
day,
and
you're
that's
writing
up
a
to
check for
council.
something that happened, and the council has a discretion to access
And,
those.
I will defer to the majority on this council. I guess I just know that the AAA rating is a credential that we should all be proud of, and I will go to any lengths to make sure we don't unwittingly
Let me,
change something that's working for us. So what I'm
and was it-
basically saying is I'm fine with you moving the money, because to Tim's point, it hasn't been touched, so if you need to take the 4.9 million and redeploy it, I am comfortable with that, but I like the idea that there's two levels of,
And I know with the AAA rating, what I've seen in the past is it's really not necessarily the name of the reserve, and I think that's what you're referring to when you looked at all those other cities had different names for reserves, but it's the fact that they have
no,
reserves that
ours was
address
a
that.
sustainability reserve at the
Right.
time,
Thank you.
was the thing that was distinguishing, because other cities do call their economic piece.
I think the question is then, just to be blunt, is making the modifications that are recommended by staff going to affect our AAA bond rating?
Well, and I'm not the AAA bond rater, but that's,
That's a question we can ask of the bond raters.
Okay, so let's do this.
We need that.
If we get that question answered, and it's the way that Lori's outlining it to be, then we can make appropriate changes. If it's not going to be, as Lori has concerns, then let's just move forward, because I think staff has a good recommendation.
And I have one question on a policy that you said, and I think it was Jake. If we spent an emergency reserve, you said something about in the first year, we would come back and say how we're gonna replenish that? Can you say that again?
Yes, basically, we would use the long-term financial plan process
Okay.
as the plan to, let's say we drew $5 million of a reserve down, or the general fund emergency reserve, we'd come back with a plan to basically replenish that reserve. That's one thing in GFOA's best practices. Make sure you have a plan. Sometimes it can either be you have a city identifies a specific amount of years or something like that. We would present that as part of the long-term financial plan, because again, we have this wonderful tool where we can come back and work through things.
Well, how about this? We're all comfortable with 20% rather than it used to be 25%. Are we comfortable with that recommendation from staff? Okay.
Absolutely.
So then can we ask staff to go revisit the policy language for the reserves, listening to what you heard today? I'd like you, in addition to reaching out to the finance guys, check with the Joint Powers Insurance Authority on what their best managed cities do, and see if there's any learnings to bring back on that.
okay.
The idea being that there's two kinds of emergencies. There's the economic-driven ones and the catastrophic-driven ones. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that, what Chris is saying is, I think he hit it right on the nose. If you're concerned about this affecting our AAA bond rating, let's find out. If it is, then we'll do something about it. If it's not, then we'll give it the stamp of approval. Is that?
Perfect.
Is that how everybody reads that?
Although I'm hearing the assistant city manager showing some interest in the supermajority vote process.
If the council wanted to give us direction on the voting protocol to access those funds, we've already kind of talked about language that is important to build in a repayment scenario, and I like what,
An
Jake has brought up, that we'll use the LTFP to bring back a repayment schedule. We struggled a little bit talking about how long, like would you do it 36 months? There are so many factors that could create delays in repayments or accelerated repayments. FEMA might take 2 years to repay us, whereas some other agency may reimburse us in 6 months. And so those factors could play a role. So giving us the direction on the voting is something that, if the council wanted to provide it, we're willing to accept that.
I think I'd like more information on number of years. Are you able to do that, or it's just too hard to do?
We struggled with the number of years because every circumstance has different factors that could either delay the repayment or not. And so I think what would
Like
be
a
nice
Belota
is,
that's taken 15 years or however long it is, right?
I think the potential of saying that it has to be addressed at the next long-term financial plan is a really good idea, because every year we're revisiting that, and we'd factor that repayment in there, and we'd present the strategy to repay it as part of the financial plan looking 5 years out.
Yeah, and some of you may remember the Prop 1A borrowing, where the state basically siphoned money and held it for a period of 3 years. Again, going to the different circumstances, you could tie it to that or something along those lines if that was access to meet those needs. So, and then one other thing I'll also point out, addressing Lori's subsidence issue. One of the things that we can potentially recommend in the future is, how we have the proceeds coming in from the land sales from Bayota. I'll just say it.
I just learned that means jumping
I
spider.
was trying to stay away from it. I couldn't help it, but we were going to transfer some of those funds back to the general fund. Maybe in a future year, what we can do is review that general liability reserve and even bolster it higher than where it
probably
currently
good
is.
thinking.
So that's something we can address in a future year. It doesn't make sense to address it right now,
No.
just because we're just starting to get the money, but that would be something that we can consider in the future.
All right, are we all good with this? Can we,
Can I try making a motion?
please?
Okay.
Recommendations, maybe we should start with those and see.
Oh, I was looking at the blue agenda, okay.
Page 103? Judy, is it 103?
We're going to pull them up right now, but, yes.
Okay.
You're right, it's on the
No, No, we've got 10 of them right here.
Yeah, you gotta do the
Okay.
reserves first.
So they track with what's in the agenda. Okay, so for 1 and 2, I want to come back to those. Okay, so because everything else, because that has to do with the conversation we just had. So starting with your third bullet point, we're going to direct staff to analyze capital asset categories and identify assets for replacement in the facilities maintenance reserve and the capital equipment reserve and the park asset reserves. We're going to transfer $380,000 from the general fund to the facilities maintenance reserve for fiscal 2017 and receive $1.7 million of reserves from the sustainability reserve. We're going to transfer $60,000 from the general fund to the park asset reserve for fiscal year 2017. We're going to direct staff to pursue an additional one-time transfer of up to $2.7 million from water operating funds if the city is not part of a joint agency Baker treatment plant capital project. We're going to vote to dissolve the Vista Hermosa Sports Park M&O reserve. We're going to direct staff to eliminate the pension reserve by using existing funds to offset future pension costs for the CalPERS Marine Safety Lifeguard Pension Plan by making a one-time payment of $500,000 to CalPERS to pay down a portion of the current unfunded liability. We're going to transfer $180,000 from the general fund to the accrued leave reserve for fiscal 2017 and receive $794,000 from the sustainability reserve. We're going to retain land sale proceeds to comply with the general liability reserve policy and to pay the retrospective liability and refund any excess proceeds to the general fund. Then going back to the first 2 points, we're going to modify the fiscal policy to set the emergency reserve at a level of 20% of operating expenditures. We are going to then direct staff to come back with language that addresses the role of the new emergency reserve policy, recognizing that the council has a large desire to protect our bond rating status. And we need to see.
I thought the plan was going to be to direct staff to see if there was going to be an issue or a change if we modified
Didn't I
it.
just say that?
No, you said come back with a change, and
Oh,
you
direct-
said clearly to come back with a change.
In the policy.
Yeah.
No, okay, return to us with feedback on what changes, if any, if the proposed changes would compromise
Perfect.
our bond rating status. And also talk to JPIA to make sure that what we're doing here makes sense to them. So that's the motion.
Did you read number one?
Wait a
Number
minute,
one.
you left out a couple of things there in number one that are important.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so that's the motion, we're still working on it. I'm not going to read it again. Okay.
I just think that number one was
Just, I think that number one you didn't read in.
yeah, you didn't read
Oh,
number one.
because we were directing staff to, we're not eliminating,
You're not acting on number one yet, except for moving the other.
Well, I think you can make it contingent to or supplemental to. You can say, and then also approve number one, or remove, based
well,
on.
because
Pending
all the
outcome.
dollar amounts got tackled.
Well, we're going to make those transfers. It's just what the
Right.
language is going to
Of
look
the new
like.
policy, so the new policy is the question, but the transfers are going to happen.
So it's adoption number one with this contingency that the fiscal policy be addressed if our
Necessary.
AAA bond rating
Is threatened.
would be affected by these dispersions of the sustainability fund.
Because a couple of points here, we want to be sure that we want to, we're going to allocate $794,000 to the accrued leave reserve and $1.7 million to the facilities maintenance reserve, and to provide funds of $1.345 million for the payment of the negotiated certificates of participation. We want to ensure that we do that tonight. And whether or not we keep the sustainability reserve fund as in that name is going to be contingent on what Jake brings us back from the bond rating agencies and a discussion with the
Okay.
JPIA.
So,
Is that,
okay, yes, so let me just say, reallocate the sustainability reserve balance to fund other reserves, because you're right, some of these are covered in other points and some aren't. I apologize for that. So, reallocate the sustainability reserve to fund $6.16 million to the general fund emergency reserve, $794,000 to the accrued leave reserve, and $1.7 million to the facilities maintenance reserve. Provide funds for $1,345,000 for the payment of the Negocios COPs.
Okay. I'll second that.
well, wait a minute, before we go there, if we're, the first part of that, the 6.161 million is,
Moving out of sustainability to other places.
Well,
then we're depleting the sustainability fund, which is what we were waiting to hear back from.
Well, that's pending. We're not going to hear back.
We
may hear back.
were going to make that transfer regardless. I mean, we're going to make that transfer regardless. It's just what the policy determining how that's going to end up is the variable, right? We're making these changes to sustainability fund. None of us have argued about putting them into a single emergency fund. It's what's the policy going to look like for that emergency fund? Is it going to threaten our AAA rating to do it, or do we need to separate into an emergency and an economic sustainability fund? That's the question. It's not the question of whether or not we're going to move it out of the sustainability reserve. It's what that emergency policy is going to look like at the end of it. Am I right?
Yes.
Jake, are these numbers going to add up when we're all done with this?
I hope so.
The numbers, we're not changing
one-
the numbers. It's just what the end policy is going to end up looking like on how we use the fund going forward, this new emergency fund.
One thing I want to point out is, again, this is the part of the whole, or the beginning of the whole budget process. So these are all actions that are going to be brought as part of the actual budget So I don't want to say, even though we're taking action, it's more of directing staff to take this action going forward as part of the budget process.
That's why I wanted those things included in there, because I want to give clear direction that those are good ideas. We all think those are good
The
ideas.
only things that we'll probably do before the budget process would be the 1.35 million related to the negotiable certificates, and that will be through a separate council action, and then also utilizing the pension reserve, because again, that would require a council action to go ahead and get those appropriations, and those are things that we'd like to go ahead and take care of as soon as, but that would be a future meeting.
Are we clear on the motion as Lori has read that in?
Yeah, okay. And
I second it.
are you seconding it? Yeah. Okay. Is it clear to you?
More discussion? Come on.
Okay, so that's.
Do you need
items
it, Judy?
one
Do you need more discussion?
Okay, so.
All right.
Just to clarify, the only thing we're doing is if it's going to affect our AAA bond rating, then you're going to come back to us with a change that won't affect that.
And what I see is that's actually our next thing we're going to vote on is the policy, so.
Okay.
All right.
And
So,
I'd like to clarify how we pronounce Belota as part of this.
motion by Donchak, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That was easy.
Can we,
And then on the fiscal policy, we're directing staff to return to council with feedback on what the policy needs to look like to make sure that our bond rating isn't compromised.
well, only if it needs to be changed. Otherwise, I'm comfortable with
Well,
what the staff's recommendation is.
Okay, but if it needs to be changed, then they would come back to us with
But they don't need
what
to come
that
back
would
to
look
us
like.
if it doesn't need to be changed. Otherwise, I'm comfortable with staff's recommendation.
If we get the assurances it's not going to affect our AAA rating,
But they're
then,
going to come back to us with that reassurances.
yeah, well, no, they need to report back.
They need to report back.
I mean, we can get an email saying that staff's recommendation was
It's
accurate.
part of the budget process.
We'll segue it into the proposed budget and cover that base with you.
Okay.
Bring the budget back as part of the workshop.
So that's the motion on that? We're directing staff to
Second.
return to us. Okay, second by Tim.
Okay. Motion by Donchak, second by Brown. You got that? Cover that, Joanne? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Take a break?
Sure. 10 minutes. We'll be back at 20 after.
I like 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
All right, 15 minutes. We'll be back at 25 after.
ready.
James, 7 o'clock, 5 or less slides.
That means no questions.
We could just jump to the recommendations of the CIP.
James' contract changed hourly.
All right, we're back in session. And Mr. Nats is at the microphone. Please
Good evening, Mayor and
let us have
Council.
it.
Ken Nats, Principal Civil Engineer. I'll be discussing the capital project analysis this evening. The paper is subdivided this year into 3 different subsections. We have significant projects, which we've always analyzed. We have a quick update on the capital program, and then we have a quick look into what the city staff is doing to plan for future obligations to repair and replace this huge infrastructure bank that the city owns. So we'll jump right in. The council's very familiar with many of these projects on this table. Obviously, they've been discussed at great length in previous LTFPs, perhaps with the exception of the city's facilities rehabilitations, which was identified last year, which came out of a study of 10 facilities that were deemed to be in need of repair and rehabilitation. That project was estimated at $3.745 million. It's interesting to note there that that does not include all the city facilities. Obviously, the city has a plethora of other facilities, and this was kind of a small cross-section. So speak to the theme that Eric and Judy and Jake were talking about with respect to trying to, fund some of this deferred maintenance that we have on the books. I'd like to refer the council to page 114, I believe, of the LTFP document, which includes this table. There's a lot of footnotes associated with these numbers that include grant opportunities and such, which would reduce the required funding that you see on the table. So with that, I'm going to segue over to Tom Vonnegut, who's been the lead on the U.S. Army, or the sand replenishment project, and he's going to walk you through all the new opportunities that the city has.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tom Vonnegut, Deputy Public Works Director. I'd like to talk to you about 2 potential sand projects, give you an overview and some information on those, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions, so my comments will be fairly brief. The first opportunity is this potential Corps of Engineers project. I know you're familiar with that. We've completed the feasibility phase. That recommended project did get authorized for construction by the federal government, not funded, but authorized, and that's where we are today. If your council gives us direction to move forward, the next step would be design. That does require a new cost-sharing agreement with the Corps of Engineers. The city's estimated share at this point is $395,000. Much of that would come from a State Parks Division and Boating and Waterways grant. That grant amount is $281,000, and we have a grant agreement in place currently for that. With some remaining budgeted funds that we have currently in our project budget, plus this request of $75,000 in the next upcoming fiscal year, we would meet our cost-sharing obligation for the design phase. And so if we get direction to move forward on that, that would take about 2 years, and then if there's timely federal funding, a sand project could actually occur as early as late 2018 or early 2019. Unless you direct otherwise tonight, it's staff intention to bring that cost-sharing agreement for design for your consideration sometime in May when the Corps has that agreement ready. I can get more into construction costs and funding sources in a moment, but that's the Corps project, and I'd like to share one other opportunity with you and then answer any questions. And can I have the next? Thank you. Made it too easy. So the other opportunity is a potential project at North Beach. This fall, the county will dredge the lower Santa Ana River. There is beach-compatible, beach-quality sand in there. Most of it is. I've actually reviewed the test results. It would be compatible and appropriate for placement on our beach, and a number of other coastal Orange County cities are scheduled to receive some of that sand. So the city, we have had permits in place from the regulatory agencies for a number of years to do an opportunistic program. Every few years we have to renew them. I'm in process right now, but I do expect a new State Lands Commission lease and a coastal development permit from the Coastal Commission in March. So by March we'll have our permits. We have a source of sand that is compatible, and the county is willing to let us have some of it, but we would need funding to get it from there to here. That's the catch. And so if it's your desire to do that, we would need to fund that in the upcoming fiscal year. Now the table on this slide is different than what you saw in your paper, and the costs are higher because they now include estimates for monitoring for both before and after the placement that I didn't have in there before. And so the quantities are lower because we get up to about $1 million project fairly quickly. So I wanted to point that out. At its recent Coastal Advisory Committee meeting in February, the committee did recommend that you consider and pursue an opportunistic project of at least 10,000 yards or more if funding permits. So that's the quick overview of those two, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Tom, how much is 5,000
290.
cubic yards?
How
How
much
much physically is that? What does that look like? What compared to what we've done in the past at North Beach?
Well, if you remember, in 2004, that's what we did about 5,000 yards at North Beach, or 2005. And so that filled an area, it was about a 5-foot fill that went from where the channel comes out there and extended past, and it was up on the dry beach, and it extended down to the volleyball courts. And so a distance of about 750 feet, roughly.
Okay.
So hopefully that all works out and gets you about 5,000 yards, to give you somewhat of a scale.
Gotcha.
All depends on how you place it, but and it's a lot of dump truck.
And this is all moved by truck. That was going to be my next
This would be
question.
by truck, and
The
this
rail is-
opportunistic project, rail is not an option, particularly in this case. There's not a rail
Okay.
line near where this sand's coming from.
Okay.
Who receives the money? Who are we buying it from?
It would pay the contractor that the county hires.
So it goes into the county coffers, is that, or it's
through,
is
or
it revenue neutral?
That's actually, it's the cost to do it. How it actually passes is a detail we have to work out if we give it to the county and it's part of their project, or we do a side agreement with the contractor they select at their rates. Haven't even worked that detail yet.
As you get into that, I feel that the county shouldn't profit by our investment here because this, it's a public beach, so.
I thought it was in the report that it outlined that we're getting the sand for free. We just got to pay for the actual digging,
Right,
dredging.
I just want to make sure that's
Yeah.
the case.
Right, we're not actually paying for the sand. They're doing the project regardless. We're paying for the transportation essentially and the placement to get it from there to here, if that helps.
I'm a fan.
Where is that page of the other costs?
121,
122.
122. Wow, that was a big jump, right?
Yeah, the monitoring on the lower quantities, it's about half. It's 125,000 is my estimate for before and after.
So you're still
I think I'm
recommending
conservative.
5,000?
No, 10.
Well,
They recommended 10 to 15.
10,000
Was
would
the-
be a nice one. It's double what we did to get a project and do it, so it's twice as much as what we did before, and it leaves capacity to pursue some general funded projects that you're going to see in your budget process that I think there are a lot of worthy needs to sort of balance all these competing things.
Tom, in the original estimate that you gave us, the numbers went up linearly. These don't. Why the difference?
I made some changes on the, I went back and refined a little bit to, they should go up somewhat, but I reduced the per cubic yard cost on the transportation and placement and added a fixed cost for the monitoring. So the monitoring cost is fixed for each, that doesn't change. But obviously the cubic yard is just changing. So there's one number that's changing, one that's the fixed increment on there. So there's a little bit of adjustments. I used $35 a cubic yard before, now I'm using 33, but adding the monitoring costs on it. So I checked the math, it pencils, it's just higher than what you've seen.
Is monitoring a requirement? I mean,
Yes, this would be a permit requirement. They make us do what they make us do.
ouch.
I just don't know exactly how extensive that will be or what the cost for that will be, even once we know the scope of the monitoring that's required.
Is the monitoring the Coastal Commission?
It comes out of there, the Army Corps also has, and so they're consistent. So basically, we have to potentially monitor surf conditions before and after. We have to take beach profiles, hopefully not biological monitoring, because we did that 10 years ago and found that there were no impacts. And so, but.
So we're not voting on this tonight, though. I don't see it in the recommendation
Well, our
packet.
recommendation is to, for you to provide direction on whether to include an allocation in the budget. Of course, you're going to have a crack at the budget later on, but whether we should insert that at this time as a placeholder, I guess, if you will.
Can we say inserted but no amount yet? Not decide on an amount until we get to those other budget items?
455,000 would be what our contribution would be for the sand replenishment for the pier project, right? If we get the federal funding?
If we get the federal funding and state grant funding, the best cases, we would still be on the hook for $600,000.
600,000. And in that's going to be a very significant quantity of sand, right? It was going to be how many?
That would be 250,000 yards of sand. A
So
lot bigger than this.
The difference in the sand replenishment process is that sand, it's going to disappear quicker than this sand is. It seems.
Yeah, artificially placed sand will erode quicker than your natural background erosion. That's just the way it works.
And I think they said this sand would help, the idea is this sand from North Beach will help replenish all of our other beaches.
Right, I want to
Right.
clarify, it's not that sand placed at North Beach is going to erode quicker than sand placed in the T Street area, but the fact that we're placing sand, that whatever we place will erode faster than the background erosion that's just the beach is experiencing anyway.
And frankly, we've had some big surf in the last month. Well, it was the beaches, 3 weeks ago looked like looked awful, but here we are 3 weeks later. We've had big surf events. Beach looks fabulous, beautiful sand, gorgeous. Looks like a postcard down there.
I'm tempted by this, but I feel like we should keep our powder dry for the federal project, which we're going to get 250,000 cubic yards of sand for basically the 100,000 more than 10 to 15,000. Yeah. Am I making sense? I guess.
I thought our portion's $4 million
For the 20 years.
No. But I'm talking for the initial replenishment.
Oh, okay.
Is it the initial replenishment is 250,000 yards
Of
cubic?
sand,
Yeah.
correct.
So, but here's my point: is what I'd hate to happen is we do this project, we get the sand from there, we put it on there, big storm comes, washes away, and then we've proven case it doesn't work. If we're gonna do this, I want to do the big one that is going to bring a ton of sand on there, and it's going to be. I mean, when you look at just to break it down at 250,000 for about the same price, you're going to get almost 10 times the amount of sand out there for. That's if the federal grants. There's a lot of if this part of there, but even if it's $1 million, you're still, in terms of what you get in terms of return on your investment, it's very significant. This is a $455,000 expense. You get 10,000. We spend 600, we get, or even $1 million, you get 250,000. So as tempting as this is for North Beach, it seems like a lot.
What are you recommending, Tom?
Well, I recommend you give me some direction, but and let me try and help. Go ahead, James, if you want.
I think staff has been talking about recommending that we do some sort of replenishment project up at North Beach and take advantage of the sand that we have being provided from the county out at Santa Ana River. And whether that's 5,000 or 10,000 yards, I think is up to debate with the council. But our recommendation internally has been to do some sort of opportunistic sand project up there.
I can support the 10,000 too, because if you divide the 455,000 by the 65,000 folks that live in town, it's $7 a resident for the thing that we all care about the most, or why we moved here, which is the beach. So, and I totally get where you're coming from. This is real and could really happen, and the Army Corps of Engineers project has a little more uncertainty around it. So, and North Beach is the trailhead.
What is the project cost for the sand replenishment project, not the opportunistic,
The Corps of Engineers.
the
project.
Corps of Engineers project?
So, the total project cost is 11.3 million. Most of that is federal, so the city's share is 4 million. And of course, we pursue grants, and right now we think we have 2 million almost reserved. It's in the governor's budget because we did a past grant application, and I just applied, and you'll see the resolution come at one of your next meetings for the balance. So somewhere between 600,000 and 2 million at this point would be where the city's cost resides for that one.
And is that for a one-time
That's a one-time
sand
deal.
replenishment project that will give us how many yards of sand?
250,000.
Why do I remember 50 million? Was there a time, at one point were we looking at this as happening one time and then 3 years later?
Every 5 years.
It's
Every 5 years,
technically a
that was it.
50-year project, although we aren't committed, we're not locked into 50 years. We do it once at a time. But
Okay, that's where I got that
they
from.
do the benefits and the analysis based on a 50-year cycle. So when you do the math, the core project, even if we don't get the grants, per cubic yard is the best value. It's the lowest dollars per yard. But as Council Member Donchak indicated, there's a little more uncertainty, whereas this one, the county will dredge the river this fall. And cities in Huntington and Seal Beach and so forth, they will get sand, and so that is a very real opportunity, and I expect that we will have our permits in March. So, but it's a lot more dollars per yard.
Are you asking for us to make a recommendation now, or are you going to go through the rest of the items?
Well, I think we'll go back to Ken on the rest of the CIP, so
Okay.
if you want to chew on that.
Just as a quick option or alternative for the council, we could look at this in conjunction with the overall CIP project budget. The overall project, as we develop the budget, we can bring this back to council, in May and have the council vet it with respect to all the other projects that we're looking at. So we'll jump right into the Civic Center relocation update. This is a project that's kind of been on our horizon for many, many years. Obviously, about 10 years ago, the city was trying to pursue consolidating operations in one facility. Due to the recession, the land value here at City Hall didn't pencil out. So staff has two options and one recommendation, based on the situation. The first option is to maintain our current facilities, do the rehabilitations of City Hall as well as Negocio. As you can see there on the chart, cost of $4.8 million at City Hall and $2.2 million estimated at Negocio. The repairs include the structural, the geotechnical, the electrical, the mechanical, the plumbing, the ADA. So these are major comprehensive rehabilitation projects. Option 2 is to move ahead with the original plan, and that would be to consolidate our operations at Negocio. What that would mean is that we're currently looking at an appraisal. We've been led to believe that the appraisal will come in at approximately what it was, I believe, in about 2005, which would allow us to go ahead and do the rehabilitation at Negocio and allow us to consolidate operations. At the same time, that would allow us to move the sheriff's to 1030 Negocio, which is currently the Family Assistance Ministries building, and as well as have a small substation at 3 Avenue to Pico. So that is staff's recommendation, really just because it mitigates any impact to the general fund. So I'm sure the council has many questions and would like to deliberate this issue.
You want a question now?
Yes, please.
I'm just warming up. Is there a way to move City Hall operations out to Negocio and keep this property? Keep this property for a rental. Rent this out to somebody like we do the Negocio property now. Is there some way to do that?
So I'll kind of answer that in a couple of different parts. So is there room for us to relocate to ComDev? Yes. The improvements needed at the ComDev facility are substantial, as kind of highlighted in the LTFP, in the previous LTFPs. Without selling this property, the funding of those improvements would be difficult for the city to take on. Specifically, we would have to look at deferring CIP projects over a multi-year period to accommodate those repairs.
Let me stop you right there. We've been speaking a lot about the AAA bond rating tonight. there are any thoughts to making, utilizing that and borrowing the money to do that?
We have not considered that. It's something that we could explore. However, we've kind of taken the practice of not trying to take on additional debt. And so that's something that if the council wanted to give us direction on, we could. One of the concerns that I have with this property is the amount of improvements are even far greater than what we need to do at ComDev. So if we were going to lease it out, as a property owner, we would be responsible for those tenant improvements. ADA accessibility, seismic issues, a number of things. And so that would be an issue that would come up at this site in terms of leasing. Also, this site has got a very unique footprint. And so finding the right suitor for this location or a suitor that's interested in this location may be difficult. And so that's the other problem that I foresee.
Here's a thought. You know, I've maintained very consistently since I've been on council that, you know, we're fortunate enough to live in a beachside community, and we have been very fortunate that previous councils, through negotiations in the sports park and the Talega properties, et cetera, that we have land and that we have properties and buildings. I don't want to move backwards because one of the things that we're constrained about in all of our investment portfolio is that it's very liquid, it's very conservative, and frankly, we're making percentage points on it. The only thing that it seems like has really paid off for San Clemente is our land investments. We use it to build the sports park because we're able to sell the Target. I personally feel as if one of the greatest things we have that we could give to future generations to enable future councils to do is to not diminish our real estate holdings. That if we do, for example, sell this property, that we should potentially purchase another building next to Negosio that we could have for, you know, future use. Even if we do end up selling this, that we shouldn't look necessarily as if we're going to, you know, we talk for a lot of time like we're not in the real estate business. Well, I hate to tell you this, but it's the only business that's paid off for the city of San Clemente in building our parks and doing all these great things. So we are in the real estate business, whether or not we want to be or not. The city has holdings and it has value. So I would really want to pursue a policy, even if we do sell this property, even if we do to do that we don't necessarily pour that into improvements in the building, but that we look at taking on either bonds or other items to do that, and that we look at either acquiring vacant lots or other things that would retain a certain profile of holdings that, you know, we could have for the future. I don't mean speculating, I just mean don't diminish what we already have in our portfolio. Because, you know, I guarantee you 100 years from now, if we unleash and we sell all these property to the council back then, could you imagine what we would have if only the council hadn't done this and hadn't done this, and how great would it be, and all these different items. So I feel passionately that you know, with you know, previous councils done a good job of buying real estate and of doing things very in a very smart fashion. I just don't want to diminish what I believe to be one of our greatest assets, which is the actual holdings that the city is able to benefit from. And if it means, for example, going over and improving that and waiting for the right market to acquire another building next to it or do other things like that that's going to help the city, that's going to provide the ability to provide better service to the residents, then that's what I would want to pursue. It's just more philosophical for me, you know.
Tim, I like your approach, and I supported that from day one. I think you brought that up a few times. And I, for one, I know Bob's not going to like this, but I don't support number 2. I just don't think it makes sense on a multitude of reasons. I think number 1 is the option we go with, and I would like to see it modified slightly to just be repairs. I don't think necessarily we need to be making improvements. I think the city runs pretty well as it is now. We live in 2016. I'm not concerned that the city manager or the assistant city manager can't pick up the phone or use a Skype type system or use any other means of communication, having 2 separate locations. It's worked up to this point for us to sell an asset and to spend money to consolidate, especially at a facility that we purchased as an investment property that was never intended to be City Hall. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to support option 1, modified, being repairs.
And if I could, I'd ask that Mike Jorgensen come up and elaborate a little bit on the repairs, because while I appreciate your point of repairs or just minor things, there are some significant items that need to be addressed that can't be necessarily just repaired.
Eric, unless council really wants to hear from Mike, I appreciate that staff knows what those repairs need to be, and I trust staff to make a decision on those. So I don't need to hear it unless anybody else does.
Oh, no, I'm dying to hear it. I'm dying to hear it,
Yeah,
yeah.
I just
I
wanna
think this is
say-
an important part of the conversation right here.
And
Th-
also,
This, I mean,
he
Chris,
won't
you
be
can
here
say,
next year,
you
so
can
we
say you
need
want to
to
stay
really-
here, but if he tells us it's going to fall down tomorrow, there's some repairs that need to be made and improvements.
And next year at this time, you'll be like in the Cayman Islands or something, right?
I won't be standing here. The 4.8 million at City Hall and the 2.2 million at Negocio do nothing to glamorize or make any physical, really noticeable improvements. It's to keep the things functioning. The 4.8 million came out of a facilities building assessment that was done on this building that highlighted, they found noted structural deficiencies. We know where, the building's settling. They found electrical issues. If you go down to the, the electrical meters and the panels in the building, if they put temperature readers on them. I mean, some of those things are running hot. I mean, it's the air conditioning systems and things that they haven't been maintained for years because of the chances we were going to, abandon the facility. It's not like it's a blow out the guts and really reno the building. It's really just to get it back in a functional condition. Pretty much the same for Negocio too, where those numbers came from were, and those are, they're a bit outdated even at this point because years have passed, but the mega project that was proposed years ago, really a total redo of Negocio, included things that would have had to been done to the building, just mechanical systems, electrical systems that needed to be upgraded, whether we did a major reno over there or not, besides the total blowout and the reconfiguration of the space, for all of our needs. So that 2.2 million was merely just things like mechanical systems and update lighting to modern lighting, efficiency standards and things like that. It wasn't, that's not a glamorous reno of the building to get to that 2.2 million. Does that help?
Thanks, Mike. Any questions for Mike? No?
And one thing I'll add really quick to Mike's point, some of these figures are a couple of years old. However, we've done a little bit of adding escalating factors based on construction indexes to try to get them up to the market rates, if you will. And we've done some estimates as to relocation fees, because obviously if we stayed here, we'd have to relocate everybody out of this facility while we were rehabilitating it. And so we've done some estimates into those relocation fees, but those would need to be obviously massaged to be harder numbers.
Yeah. Eric, relocating estimate at 15.5 million.
Yes, so.
How do we get to that figure?
So if you look at page 116 in your LTFP. So to answer your question, total project cost range approximately 15.5 to 15.9. In 2014, the project estimate for Calle Negocio was updated from 9.6 million to 14.5 million. So again, using construction cost index published by the Engineering News Record and the current 2016 updated project estimate, we come to the 15.2. I have added in there obviously some dollars, again, estimates. As it relates to 380 Avenida Pico, this is the dirt lot associated to the water treatment facility yard that's directly behind you all. That location would actually be an ideal location to build a secured parking lot with potentially some bathrooms and maybe a locker room for public safety personnel to deploy their black and whites from. One of the issues that we have with the FAM location is parking allocation. We have about 12 parking spots that are allocated, and obviously if you look outside of our substation, they have more than 12 cars. So one of the things that we were considering is fencing that in, asphalting it, and putting in like a locker room, if you will, so that the officers that are coming could park their personal vehicles there in a secured area, obtain their black and white. That's where they currently fill up their black and whites now at the maintenance yard as well, and then deploy from that location. The actual FAM building, would be used as, I'll say, the substation with administrative offices and support. The facility is a little bit over 8,000 square feet. When we referenced the old space study that brought PD to ComDev back in the day, one of the factors was parking, but the footprint was not even close to 8,000 square feet. So we're very confident the FAM footprint would be able to address the substation needs and still have some extra room potentially. For what, I don't know, but would have enough room to accommodate administrative staff, the sergeants, CSOs, etc. And so that was the thought process. In option 2, we can use some of our public safety mitigation fees with regards to the expanding of public services. In option 1, I can't use those fees because those fees are typically used for expanding. And in this particular case, we're not expanding, we're just rehabilitating. So those dollars would be a general fund burden in total.
How much more time do we get out of option 1 in those existing buildings if we make those expenditures?
How much more time until we have to incur those costs?
Well, no, I'm saying, so let's say we invest $7 million into those 2 properties. Is how long?
How long does that buy us?
Yeah, exactly. How long does that buy us?
Mike, what would you say?
Mike sounds, I don't care, I'll be retired.
Well, I mean, if you make structural improvements to the building, I mean, I think those have a fairly long, useful life. You could get many years of service of making significant structural improvements. But changing out things like mechanical and lighting and things, I think those have a shorter lifespan. As with any building property that we own, those require pretty much constant maintenance. So there'd be, just continual ongoing costs to maintain a building. And anytime you're dealing with an older building than something that's been refreshed, I mean, I think you're just going to be dealing with higher annual maintenance costs for pretty much forever.
Have we ever looked into construction here at this site? What that cost would be, potential savings in the future if we built a whole new building?
When they did the space feasibility studies back in 2005, 2006, there was like 6 different scenarios that were evaluated. One of them being blow this building down and build a brand new build-to-suit total needs facility. That was at the time, that was a $63 million solution. That was the most, the most expensive one I think was downtown because there was land acquisition. In fact, I think that was the $63 million one. This one I think was a $52 million scenario to tear this thing down and build it down. One of the things that makes those costs go so high on those facilities was limited, really fairly limited footprint, so it necessitated parking structures and underground parking and things like that, which makes costs, get pretty big pretty fast. But there was a downtown scenario, there was a scenario here at the existing City Hall site. Those were totally brand new build-to-suit facilities. There was the renovation of the Negocio building, which was a third option. At the time, we still owned the property that's now had been long ago sold to Target. There was 2 possible configurations at the Target site, and then there was a 6th scenario at the corner of La Plata, next to the fire station. Again, a fairly tiny footprint that costs went through the roof pretty quick because you had to do underground parking and things like that. So the only one that was close to reasonably financially doable of those 6 scenarios was the reno of the Negocio building, which was paid for by the sale of this building.
So you're trying to do a cost-neutral approach to it. Now, did you take the topography and this site, you took that into account when you were trying to figure out parking? Because this allows for underground parking, the way this site is already.
Yeah, we didn't do any of the analysis. The architectural consultant that was utilized to provide those analyses did that. And yeah, they leverage to the extent that they can, but you still have to dig. You're still digging down basically into the side of a hill to do parking structures. And if you can imagine that, the build-to-suit facility,
You know, I think it's around, when all is said and done, it's about a 60,000 square foot, you know, office building with underground parking, which you can imagine is significantly greater in size than this facility, so.
Can you remind me how much we spent on Visitor Hermosa Sports Park? What was the cost of that? I can't remember.
I do not know what we.
I couldn't remember.
Includes land value. 33 million included land value.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm looking at this here. You're taking a look at, are the costs with the city hall and the negotiable building, have those already been revised, or those need to be also updated, the 4.8 and the 2.2?
Those have been revised to market rates.
See, I think option 2 is the only option we've got here. I think the cost savings that we get from relocating everybody under one roof are not quantifiable, but I think they're certainly real. I really like having the boss in the office with all the employees, Skype or no Skype. I think it's important to have the boss in the same building as everybody else. And those savings throughout the next 50 years, I think, far outweigh the expenditure. We got one very good example of selling some city land to give us a tremendous public benefit, and that's the Target site and the sports park right across the road. Now, to me, that's a great idea. That was a tremendous idea and a great use of a city asset to build another terrific city asset that's going to be used for a long time, just like this would be. So I'm completely in favor of option 2.
Yeah, my only problem, I get the idea of it. It just feels like we're cashing out on good decisions of previous councils. As if, hey, that's great. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. There goes that oceanfront real estate that in 100 years you know is going to be worth 10 times as much. So I'm only concerned about us cashing in. I know it's great. It's so fun to remain debt free, and it's all wonderful. But is it, are we being short sighted in our approach to this?
The thing that, Tim, to go off your point, is that I think we've broached this subject multiple times since I've been on council, and I wouldn't mind having this be an agenda item. We actually discuss it at length as opposed to in the LTFP process. And we do have an option number 3, whatever that is. And maybe we do include some of the old plans that we've looked at in the past. And so we can have a true discussion. I don't think having this here, I don't see us coming to a consensus or majority support for option 2 this evening. So I wouldn't mind agendizing it for a council meeting and actually having a full discussion and having an option 3 on the table.
I would like to hear what all the other options were. I understand we have less because, we've sold some of the properties, but what it seems to me, Tim, on this is selling this property and using all the money to just rehabilitate or move everyone to the other, it seems like excessive that money's just going to be gone. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, to me, if you're going to sell this, it should really be for a benefit, and those costs to move everyone over there, that just seems high to me. I mean, maybe we could move everyone over there, redo the ground floor like we need to so it looks like a city hall, but all the other parts, staff can be in cubicles and things, and we could do that in stages. Why do we have to spend all the money moving people? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. It just seems like a lot.
I think Chris's idea has
seems
merit.
Like a lot.
There's a lot of moving parts here. I don't know. Bob, I agree with you, but I'm in a facility. We've got 6 offices. I mean, my business has 6 offices in 5 countries. We figure it out. We do the best we can through a series of conference calls. It's always better to have everyone on a roof, but it's not really practical. In some cases, when it's not practical, you just go with what the best case scenario is. And that's operating as we've done until now. I mean, I'd love to have James there, but is it worth $10 million of additional expense to have James in the same building? That's the question.
Well, long term, I think it certainly could be. Better decisions, better oversight, better. We hired these guys because they're experienced.
But Bill offered me $5 million to keep him away from that building. So this is really awkward, Bill. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Yeah, I appreciate it.
It's now 2.5, Tim.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I like Chris's suggestion. I think for what we're doing, I don't want to. I mean, it feels like
You know, frankly, the numbers Mike's talking about, the report Mike's talking about, we saw in last year's long-term financial plan, and those numbers are jaw-dropping. The 60 million, the 50 million, the numbers aren't any better. These are the numbers. Any agenda report we're going to get, these are the numbers. They've done the cost savings here, Kathy. This is it. I mean, this is what it costs. It's, do you want to buy it or don't you? I mean, this is like going shopping for a new car and it's $25,000. You say that's too much money. I mean, that's what it costs. So if we're either going to do it or we're not going to do it. I mean, this is.
If we're going to be under the same roof, the best option, we believe, is option 2 to move forward. The other options, whether it's downtown, whether it's renovating this project, going to La Plata next to the fire station, it's just, the costs are just way too much, $40, $50, $60 million. It's just, I don't know where we're going to find that, and I don't know where we're going to get community support for that. You know, we can look at the bonding of it, but
listen, I don't want to end up with a Newport Beach situation where we end up with, how much was their city hall?
102 or something.
115. Oh, yeah. So I don't want to end
Yeah,
up
but
with.
that's Newport Beach. You can't count that.
I know. Newport, it's a different
That's a
world.
bad example.
Yeah, it's a different world. But I think that, you know, we have had a problem with cost overruns in our projects lately, and they've been fairly significant. Not saying this historical property will have that same problem here, but you never know.
The stucco was done. Oh no, it's a tilt up. Sorry.
Hey, this is too soon. All right, too soon. I think listen, I don't want to get tripped up on it, but I have a real concern that we're reducing our real estate footprint, and I feel like we're cashing in the chips, the previous council's decisions, real estate decisions, and we're ending up with nothing at the end other than, you know, consolidated with some company moving in here and occupying a piece of property that maybe the city should continue to own in some way. So, although I do appreciate a consolidated city hall, is it worth cashing those chips in? And that's, not that I want to have a building downtown, not that I don't have one here. Is it really worth that? That's the question that I can't.
Well, you got experts in the field telling you it is. I mean, there's the experts in the field right there. Please.
If we do move this along, the first order of business for me is getting an updated appraisal amount on this building, because a few people that I've spoken to couldn't believe this is a $16.5 million property. So that number is 10 years old? Is that?
Probably about 9 years old. We have already retained an appraiser. They did their final walkthrough last week.
So you're going to get a report
So
from
I should
them?
have the appraisal in about 2 weeks. I will tell you their final walkthrough. I did debrief with them. They, as expressed by Ken, they are confident with the value being somewhat similar to what the 2006 evaluation was.
And so you'll explain to us how that works, because how big is this property? 2 acres, 2.5?
It's bigger than that because there's that dirt plateau that's a little bit up from the parking lot that's ours as well.
Is that buildable?
Well, if you were going to do residential and a tiered approach, yes.
Okay. So I would like to know about that, because when I think about somebody wanting, it's up to us how we would zone it, but somebody willing to pay 16.5, they're going to want to put a skyscraper on this to make it pencil.
It's going to be high density, is what it's going to be.
Yes,
Yeah.
because to make it pencil, you know, it just, I will be very interested to see how your assessment works out. And then my other concern, which was mentioned, we just went down the rabbit hole with the Ole Hansen Beach Club, where $1 million here and $1 million there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money. And so this idea of restoring, I'd really want to understand what we're getting for the money, and I want, before Mike leaves, the worst case scenario. You know, if we open it up and there's radon we didn't know about, or if we open it up and there's a, you know, storage facility we wish we didn't know about, but I really would want to know that
Well,
there
this-
weren't going to be change orders or ups and
I
extras.
mean, that's the problem with existing buildings. You just don't know. I mean, they did an assessment a couple of years ago, as, you know, it's pretty much non-destructive. So, I mean, what they could see, they could see. Renovating this building is much more risky, that you're going to find countless skeletons in the closet because of its age and the amount of, you know, hokey repairs that have been done over the years, and you start peeling back the layers, and you're going to find things. Probably many fewer problems of finding too many problems in a more modern building on Negocio. So I think this one is much more prone. Renovating this, I would hate to think it would turn into another Ole Hansen Beach Club, but you could certainly open things up and have an oh my God moment. That's not what we thought we were going to find inside this wall.
And then I guess my last comment as we're talking about this is, this needs to happen, but when? And maybe it's not this year, because one of the, I was at an ACCOC event recently, and they were talking about with e-retail taking off, that there's a lot of shopping centers that are going to be available, and for cities to be thinking about them for reuse possibilities, either for housing or other purposes. And so maybe there's a time down the road where something in town.
The parking structure at the Outlet Mall has amazing ocean views. I think that'd make a great city hall. We can start there. They already have subterranean parking, so I like the way you're thinking, Lori.
Yes.
So,
Let's do a
So those would be
partnership.
my two questions. Is it really 16 and a half? And is it really now? that
And
it needs
to your
happen?
point with the appraisal, obviously option two, if we didn't receive the appraisal to be 16 and a half or higher, we would obviously regroup on not recommending option two, because now there's a cost to it. With regards to the improvements of this facility, there are repairs that need to be dealt with now. This facility has had deferred maintenance for a significant period of time.
We know.
So I mean, there is a concern that as things start to break, it will be more costly to repair than to trying to be somewhat proactive, if you will.
Well, then let's put it on the agenda. Let's get a staff report that details all these factors that we've been talking about, and let's continue the discussion at a city council meeting. Is that okay with everybody?
I just want, do you know off the top of your head, the 16 and a half, what's the zoning assumption underlying that?
We are getting it appraised two ways. One for the existing zonage.
Which is commercial?
No, it's
Institutional.
Institutional,
And then the other appraisal is for residential, which is complementary
Low
to the
density,
existing.
medium density?
Just residential.
Okay.
But would you look at a density component of like affordable housing or senior housing as part of it?
We hadn't.
Because that fits in with what's around it.
We hadn't communicated that to the developer or to the appraiser. So when we get that initial appraisal, we can ask for some different facets of it for low income or for senior housing, et cetera.
I'm intrigued to continue the discussion because I see the value of a consolidated city hall. Is it worth it?
And I need
Alright,
to know
done.
what we're getting for that 15 to 15.9 million at the other place.
If I can ask one question, just to kind of get a temperature reading, if we could retain the property here and still relocate to ComDev, would that be something that the council would entertain?
Should definitely be part of the report. Should
I think
definitely
we
be
would feel better.
definitely part of it.
Little
Well,
better.
One of the things,
I would.
one of the issues with that, Eric, that I've said from day one is what happens to police services and how they feel about moving that facility as well, and what that does to response times and all the various facets.
I think that's worth contemplating. Can we put $4.8 million of improvements in here and lease it out, to somebody else? Is there a way we could retain the property? That would be the core question.
I would even take it further if we were just to raise this property and create a level dirt field that somebody wanted to come in and develop on a lease ratio.
Another good
I thought about that.
As
one
part of
pager.
The flat property across the street here in front of Our Lady of Fatima, can you do some detective work and find out if that's for sale?
There was a for sale sign, but yes, we can.
Yeah.
I think it has seismic problems, though. Look into that,
Certainly
too.
has freeway impacts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But I'd like to just know if that, if the campus feeling was going to be created here, if that's available.
Even better access for the sheriff, right?
yeah, we could just do a driveway right onto the on-ramp for 'em.
Or a helicopter pad.
I don't know all
Yeah.
the details on that property next door, but I do know there's a large storm drain easement that runs through the middle of it. Therefore, developing it, with trying to get a good footprint, it makes it a little more challenging. So we'd either have to relocate storm drain or try to build around the easement. It's not, it's not raw land that we can just show up and just develop without having to deal with existing utilities. I just
All right, are we
point
good?
that
Can
out.
we go? All right, thank you.
Okay, municipal pier. So the council awarded the design of this project in December. We anticipate the construction will occur next year, 2016, 2015, in the fall through the spring to have the project complete prior to the peak summer season. The analysis is currently going on, kind of a worst case number in the recommendation is 1.2 million, but obviously the assessment will determine what the actual number that's proposed through the CIP budget is. So.
Everybody good with the pier rehabilitation?
I'd just like to point.
There we go.
Go ahead, Ken. Go ahead.
I would just like to point out that, pier's a great example of cyclical maintenance that we've done to, ensure that we're putting money in to save money over the long term. And that's something that we're going to be looking forward to maintain with all of our assets. Whether it's a traffic signal, whether it's a pedestal.
And when the design phase is complete, we'd like to hear just a couple of minute presentation about what you are going to do, if that's acceptable. Is that all right with everybody?
And your idea of putting City Hall out at the end of the pier, that's a really genius visual there. We'll just put 3 stories up there and we're done. We'll have jet skis.
Think of the ocean views.
Jet skis for everyone.
I'll second that.
I think this is the easiest item tonight, so move on.
So we'll just jump right along to the rail corridor pedestrian beach trail extension. The preliminary design is underway. It's funded proportionally 50% from the general fund and 50% from, I believe, a coastal conservancy grant. The city pursued a grant to construct the project through an OCTA Active Transportation Grant Program. The city was not successful in securing that grant. We were notified in October. In addition, there were some drainage and maintenance issues that were identified during the winter rains. There was some ponding adjacent to the railroad right-of-way. Obviously, that's all railroad property, and we don't control the drainage structures there. So it appears that there might need to be some drainage improvements there. Discussions with OCDA to figure out what we're going to do there. So the staff's recommendation is just to kind of hold. Obviously, the project, there is a potential for a grant, but it's not known at this time. So another option would be there's only been $95,000 or $5,000 of the general fund expenditure utilized towards the design phase. The remainder was the actual grant. So if the council was so obliged, we could stop the project and stop pursuing it and save that $95,000. So just throwing it out there so the council's well aware of all the options. So with that, we just recommend that we defer the construction until, we continue to find the grants and seek the grants out.
Tell us again how to save $95,000.
As a result of the fact that $100,000 was funded from a grant, that was the money that was dedicated towards the design. So the design is only halfway through. So we've spent $105,000 to date in the design services. So we believe that we could recoup or potentially save the $95,000 from the general fund contribution, if so the council would desire to, put a pause on the project and not continue to pursue it.
So if we tell you to pause the project, we're not going to spend that money?
Well, pausing and not pursuing are 2 different things.
Okay, which
pausing
one?
is in a holding pattern, searching for grants. Basically looking at opportunities that could potentially fund the construction. If we and the planners know a little bit more about this, but my understanding was that we could actually recoup the funding if we decided to, not continue to pursue the project.
Well, see, to me, this is a project that is far too difficult. I mean, I've been down there and walked around, and this is, it's one of those things that sounds good until you walk down there and walk around and go, whoa, how are we going to do this? It's, to me, it's just too tough. There's too many, there's state park issues, there's slide issues, there's, the cliffs, the Coastal Commission's going to be all over this because it butts right up against the cliffs, and there are going to be issues down there. I mean, I'm in favor of stopping this project right now until I get some idea from somebody that there's some good idea with geology down there, because I don't see it. I don't see this one. So, anybody want to weigh in?
Yeah, I'm going to support staff's recommendation to recommend deferring construction phase until a grant is secured. I think it's feasible. I think we can find a way to do it, and I think it's going to be a great asset for our community. So I liked this project last year, and I still like this project this year. It's just going to take us a little longer than expected.
I agree with Chris on that. I think it's worth doing. Our beach trail is probably our most popular asset in town, other than the beach itself. And frankly, an extension to the state park is something that it happens now, happens 10 years. It's going to happen at some point. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just whether or not we're going to, find a way to make it happen.
Isn't part of the issue also that, we're trying to go beyond San Clemente and we're in state park territory? And those hills, I think we found out this year that they don't like to make changes to them. They like to leave it natural. Is that correct?
I
Their
can't
hillsides?
really speak to the extent. I know it's the trail itself would be on the railroad right-of-way property. I'm not sure what the delineation is. I know maybe Mr. Pettis has a little more detail.
Who's next?
Well, the trail itself is within the railroad right-of-way, so it isn't actually on the cliff portion. But there are issues with the sloughing from the slope. And it's a continual maintenance issue, which the engineering staff and OCTA pointed out. The other major issue is that there's only one culvert right now that's working that goes under the railroad track in that area. So when it rains, in a big heavy rain, it starts to flood. So in order to cure the problem, you need to add culverts, probably, or increase the one that you have to have more capacity for the drainage. Now the design has been developed to deal with the sloughing, but there's a maintenance cost to that. Because the biggest issue, I think, is the undergrounding of getting the water out of the right-of-way quickly. But the bluffs themselves aren't really a stability issue. It's more just the soil coming off the bluffs that has to be continually taken away. And when we build something in the right-of-way, then the city becomes the liable for the maintenance.
And it's going to be
OCTA
high.
That's their requirement. So.
Okay.
Now, OCTA also told us that they would work with us on the construction side and help us find the grant funding in any way they can. Right now, we don't see a lot of promising things. The active transportation grant isn't just something that's well suited for our situation because one of it has an affordability component to it. Living next to being next to Cypress Shores isn't exactly what you call an affordable community. So we don't score well with the current grant, but in my experience of doing the whole other coastal trail process, which I think it started off, we thought it was going to be like $4 million and ended up at $14 million. We ended up getting the grants. One grant kind of bought into another grant, and it all fell together. So I think that if you want to, the reason why we asked you this, do you want to pursue the design the rest of the way? If you just want to stop the project, then we should probably give the general plan, the general fund back the $95,000. But if you want to have a shelf-ready project, then it's probably better to go forward, finish the design, get that shelf-ready, and then we'll score better on the grants when we apply for them because it'll be,
Jim, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds right now with these details, but it seems to me we're adding access to a state park campground, which is essentially affordable coastal housing for people who come and visit or serving. How did that not qualify?
Well, it's the affordability of the community.
But the affordability of the campgrounds is as affordable as it gets.
Yeah, that's an affordable accommodation, but it's not affordable. Underserved, poorer
Population?
communities with their population.
Gotcha.
They're looking for.
Okay.
This sounds like another agenda item to me, frankly. I mean, this is, it's a complex issue that, I mean, there's a lot of, what?
Staff's recommendation is pretty clear and easy, and I think I've only heard one person in opposition to staff's recommendation, so
Okay.
it sounds like.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
If we can get a grant, it'll pay off.
Exactly.
It'll pay off.
It will pay off, but you'll have how much longer of a beach trail that we're going to have to maintain?
That's again,
one-third of a mile?
first world problems. It'd be wonderful to have a beach trail that we can have to maintain to an incredible part of our town. I mean, it is a good problem to have in my mind. It is.
But I am concerned about building culverts and things like that when this isn't in our
Well, let's
sphere.
I'll recommend that we defer construction phase until a grant is secured. Can I get a second for that motion? I'll second that. Okay, so let's have a vote on it.
okay, motion by Ham, second by Brown, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed?
Oh, there we go, okay.
All right,
Who was opposed to?
3.
Oh.
So that means that we're done with this project until we hear more.
So
Is
we'll
that-
bring it back in a future agenda item.
No, we're not going to bring it back as a future agenda item. If you guys get some more information from somebody that says, I've got a really good idea for this project that's rife with all these issues, then bring it back to us. Is that
Well,
Is that what, how
hold on,
everybody
no, no,
understands that?
The vote we just made just killed the project. That's my understanding. We get the money back, it's not shelf-ready, we're not even considering it, they're not pursuing grants anymore. That's what that vote just was. That's correct, right?
Okay.
Okay. Just want to be clear, because we're not contemplating, we're not pursuing grants, we're not entertaining the idea anymore, it just goes away.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Comfortable with that?
Is the majority comfortable with that?
Because that's what, I just wanted to be clear, that's exactly what we just voted for, that we would not be extending the beach trail down the state park.
It's got too many issues.
It certainly has issues. So did building the original beach trail.
Not like this.
The bridge? You're talking about the bridge and all the metal maintenance we have to do on that? I mean, it's not, listen, I'm not saying the beach trail has ever been easy, but it's always been worth it at the end of the day.
Okay, next up, I've got a card from public comment. I want to interrupt our presentation to hear from Mr. Cullen, if you're ready, sir.
Is that the end of,
It is not. Mr. Cullen's been waiting a while. I thought I'd give him a chance to speak here.
I thought I was probably the only public left. Why don't you explore the relocation of City Hall to the mall outlets? There are going to be plenty of buildings up there that are going to be available, and they should be doggone cheap. That isn't what I came in for. You have an expenditure on page 147 proposed for Poche and the golf course, and that's bioswale and pond issues. The report, as presented, indicates that we are getting an A rating from Heal the Beach. And we also have in the report that the 3 bacterial counts that are important are under control. The big question that I have is, why are we proposing to spend more money to look at removing the pond and improving the bioswale on private property, which was supposed to have been maintained by the golf course when they requested that original open channel be put into a closed box channel? That was, as I understand it, in the early 90s, was a requirement that they maintain that bioswale as a result of taking out the existing open channel, which was filtering water going down to Poche Beach, which is now going through the concrete. I can't understand the reasoning for this. It seems to me we're looking at projects because we got a pot of money over here that we need to find a project to spend some of it, and I don't think that's appropriate. So if someone in the city can get back to me and tell me why we are proposing to spend $361,000 or thereabouts, and every project goes over budget anyway, so we're looking at $500,000. And my time's up. Somebody please get back and justify why we're requesting such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen, and I'm sure Mr. Vonnegut or Ms. Vondrak will get back to us, and the council would like to see a little report on that too. Thank you. Thanks, Al. All right, Ken, please continue.
We'll take a quick snapshot of the CIP for briefly 30 seconds or so. A lot of projects in the CIP, approximately $50 million. About 130 projects, 82 capital, 48 maintenance. The difference between capital and maintenance is that capital extends the depreciable life of the asset by more than 50%, while a maintenance project does not. We had 59 projects that started in fiscal year 16, and 71 that were carried forward from previous years. It's important to note that we have about 15 projects kicking off in the third quarter this year. We're utilizing on-call services and contractual services to make sure that we can progress those projects. Just a quick snapshot of our maintenance budget. I wanted to point out here just kind of the slices of the pie and the size of the slices of the pie, because this is the emphasis that we were trying to make with respect to the financial planning and planting the seed as far as trying to address deferred maintenance on our building and facility infrastructure. As you can see there, building is the smallest slice of the pie. So in the future years, just as you look at the quarterly report, just take a look. Hopefully you'll see that slice of the pie growing so we can start addressing this deferred maintenance and make sure that we put funding aside to address these needs of the city. And you can refer to page 127 for the full appendix that gives you details on all of our CIP projects. moving right along, what are we doing to plan for our future? Well, we're implementing these huge business enterprise systems, and we're integrating these systems with other enterprise systems throughout the city. As an example, we've integrated the GIS mapping, we've integrated our payroll system through our maintenance management system with our Eden financial system, we've integrated our CCTV video for collections and storm drain equipment into our Lucity system. And we've got a lot of other future integrations in the works, and that's really to address the two near-term items: streamline operations, improve customer service, where the latter two bullets are, the long-term goals, really, as the system is optimized. Really, I think the focus should be on the last one, which is the establish equitable funding distribution for all the asset categories. This is so one asset category doesn't get more funding than the other. What we did here, this is just a basic outline of the maintenance system. We have the repair up and running, that's the corrective maintenance system. We're working on the preventive maintenance aspects. We're using map grid routing to make sure that we maintain or will maintain every single asset, so no stone is unturned. The system's allowing us, the supervisors and the managers and the employees, to manage the work, update the status of the work order, communicate on the work orders, just improving the workflow altogether. Most importantly, the asset inventory and the history as well as the reporting. What that's giving us, it's giving us a bank of costs for certain tasks to address certain assets. That way we can start to trend the data like we do with our financial system to kind of look at what every one of these little tasks cost. And the goal here is really to, again, get to that equitable funding distribution. Obviously, we've had this previously to some degree for the water, sewer, and storm drain, the enterprise accounts. But the systems we have now is way more robust. And the best part of the system is we're branching it out to the facilities, the beaches, and the landscapes, which is really where all the assets come from the general fund. So it's really just important to note we've got about 100,000 assets in this system as a result of about a year and a half of work. And that's street lights, cabinets, valves. There's just so many, and we're still growing that inventory. So it's big data. And you've got to manage it, you've got to massage it, you've got to make sure it's doing the right thing for us. So just really exciting times for the city to kind of forecast where we're going to go and how we're going to fund our future funding obligations. And then this is just a quick snapshot, my last slide. This is a snapshot, a screenshot of Lucity. I didn't want to give you a tour of Lucity right now because there's just so much information in there. But you can see we're on facilities maintenance. And you can see the level of detail in the asset drill, the breakdown. There's 29 buildings, roofs associated with the buildings, floors associated with the buildings, rooms associated with the buildings. And then you can drill into the equipment. And all these pieces of equipment in these buildings are in the background. They're all linked together. So there's not only one way to get the information. You can go into the building and you can go into the building module and you get to the equipment, or you can get to it through the drill. So what this is doing is it will allow us to look at costs and fine tune and tighten up all of our operations. And again, the ultimate goal here is as the system processes this data over a couple of years and we optimize the system, that it gives us a nice roadmap to say, in beaches and landscapes, here's your history for the last couple of years, and we'll be able to apply that knowledge into the budget process. So that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
But I got a question for Ken. I got a question for you. Go back one slide for me. In all these computer inventories like this, there's always some discrepancy. There's always something that's not quite right. Now, as an employee, when you're going through this and you find something in there that's not quite right, have you empowered these employees who use this system every day to fix it? Or how do you go about doing that?
Yeah, it's definitely something that needs to be massaged. It's an iterative process that never stops. Obviously, the data is only good as what goes into the system. And, we find out things that something's wrong. So to some degree, the short answer is yes, there are certain employees who we would deem to be power users who have opportunities, but these are sophisticated systems. And, a lot of these folks we're using, the end user is a guy who'll dig a hole and exercise a valve. So that type of user won't be able to do the updates, but we've established protocols with issue logs to try to open up the lines of communication between the end user and our power users to ensure that all this information is flowing from the end user back to the supervisors and the managers to ensure that it's going to provide them beneficial use.
So the end user is the guy that fixes that valve, and when he fixes that valve, he finds out that that valve is not the same valve that's in the system. He tells his supervisor, hey, that's not the right valve. I put in this valve. It needed that valve. But there are mechanisms in place to fix all that stuff. Is that?
Yes, there's a lot of variables.
Here at the city, we don't have to go to an outside.
We do not have to go to an outside consultant. I have a staff of maybe 3 folks who really understand the system and can really delve into it. The other thing is we've actually opened up editing for certain features because obviously the end user has the most knowledge on the asset. So you want to be able to empower that user to make the update, but there's certain things that you don't want them to update. So yes, end users can update certain features. Other ones are restricted and have to be updated by a more technical person. But we're trying to empower everybody, and the goal is that everybody's touching the system on a day-to-day basis, just like you would use your email.
All right, thanks, Ken. You got a question?
I got a quick question. First of all, I really appreciate your enthusiasm, and I love how the asset management in the city is being taken to a new level. So thank you to the city manager and for all of you that are involved in making that happen. Can you give us a quick update on the T Street Beach restroom? The report said that it went to BP&R in January. The T Street Beach restroom.
Mr. Montague knows all.
Yeah, because it says we're 25% done with it.
It didn't go, and this report was written at the end of December, so it's out of date. But we're working with the city manager on developing an updated recommendation for an approach for that. But we have not gone to Parks Commission, and we have some suggestions to maybe be more efficient about the recommended repairs for the T Street concession, as well as the T Street restroom, and that is coming, that's imminent. I'm reviewing an updated memo as we speak, and then we'll brief the city manager.
Okay, and then it would go to the commission and then back to council? Your changes?
Well, we'll talk about what the
process
proper
is.
approach is to approve that.
Okay, but that's on your...
It's in the works. It's happening right now.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, with that, if there's no questions, we can go through the recommendations. I know a few of them will need to be modified based on the council deliberations. I think even the first one, I think we're going to look at coming back to the council on the opportunistic sand projects at the budget time. So,
why don't we just go one by one? Let's start with number 1, the USCCE sand project. I move that we fund the sand replenishment design phase in 2017 in an amount to be determined in the future budget meetings.
Wait a minute. I was under the impression we're going to get the talk about sand back as an agenda item. We're going to talk about.
I didn't get that impression. It was
No?
just going to come back in the budget cycle, in the normal budget meeting, and then we were going to talk about how much and to what quantity and where.
and I think the recommendation actually reflects that, so we can bring that up when we bring the CIP budget back.
Yeah.
It just says, the option of pursuing the sand replenishment based on available funding in the unassigned general fund balance.
And it's going to happen in the context of the budget meetings. I didn't think we need it for a separate agenda item.
Okay.
And so, but not to any specific amount. It's just that you're going to come back with information. We're going to discuss it at that point.
But this is the Corps of Engineers
Right, this is
project,
No,
and
this
pardon me.
This is the dredging project.
No, this is the...
It is not the Corps of Engineers.
$75K for the design, to wrap up the design on the Corps of Engineer project, and then it's considering the funding amount that we'll propose in the general fund as part of the CIP budget.
So this is both sand projects.
That is correct.
And the 75 grand goes to the Corps of Engineers project from marine safety to T Street.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's the motion.
Okay.
Is it staff's motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
Pork Barrel, the beach trail extension on there, Tim?
All right. We got a second, Bob.
Okay, motion
By me,
by
second by
Brown, second by Donchak. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm going to have to abstain from this, I think.
Yeah, because he's within.
I'm too
500,
close
yeah.
to T Street,
Okay.
so I'll abstain. Okay,
We already voted on number 2.
Okay, duly noted. Ms. Spade, do we need to go through a motion on that?
That went
one?
down in flames with me and
Okay.
Chris crying softly in our chairs.
Not softly.
All right, with great pain.
So Civic Center relocation, direct staff to return at a future council meeting.
That's
and
correct.
present the item in further detail with all of the available options.
That's correct. That's the
motion by
direction.
Nats, second by.
I copy his direction.
What? All right, motion by Brown.
I don't think
second-
that's a motion. We're just giving direction to agendize it. You don't have
Okay.
to vote on it.
All right, is that good enough, or you want a motion, Joanne?
We were just providing direction. The direction is to bring it back, to agendize the item, to bring it back with additional detail to make a decision.
Based on discussion this evening.
For the municipal rehabilitation, I move that we fund the peer rehab construction in the fiscal year 2017, the amount of $1.2 million for the general fund.
Second.
Motion by Brown, second by Doncheck, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And then I move that we adopt number 5 and 6 from capital projects analysis as is.
Second.
Motion by Brown, second by Doncheck, all in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Council.
Ken.
Thanks, Ken. Great job. Mayor, I have to excuse myself.
Proceed. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Brian Brower, IT Manager, presenting the 2016 update to the IT Strategic Plan. You'll recall the IT Strategic Plan came to the council in the LTFP last year. It serves as a roadmap for technology projects for the city. It's also a financial planning instrument where we use a 5-year outlook model similar to the city's CIP program. We use this to guide decision-making, budgeting, and implementation for all things technology for the city. And this helps us to align city investments with departmental goals and priorities. The plan is dynamic. It changes from year to year. And so we're here with this update tonight. And with that, the city can adapt to technological advancements, changing business needs, and financial conditions as we see fit. This year's strategic plan updates come in 3 basic flavors. We have general scheduling and cost adjustments. We have a few new initiatives from the IT division. We also have several items, but one for fiscal year 17 that were born out of the city clerk's strategic plan that you heard about earlier. That'll be coming to council at a later date. And if you want to see a complete 5-year project matrix for all the projects within the strategic plan, it's on page 186 of your LTFP. For fiscal year 2017, we have 11 strategic projects identified in the plan. We also have 3 citywide initiatives that are ongoing from the current year. The plan provides detail for all these items that are being proposed in the next budget year as attachment A, which is starting on page 179 of your LTFP. All of these items, all the detail you see there will be refined over the coming months and brought forth in the proposed budget in May. Some of the highlights, major projects that are coming up, we have an electronic agenda and legislative management system for the city clerk, which will automate their workflow and help the way they do business. We also have a telephone system replacement, replacing our old system with a newer system. We also have a citywide CRM system, customer relationship management, which will be a web interface and a mobile app type interface that'll be a single pane of glass for citizens to report problems and make service requests. This system will also be integrated into our back-end business applications so that, for example, if you go to the website and you say, I've got a problem, you get to this one page. And on that one portal, there's all the different options for types of problems. If you click on pothole, your request is going to get automatically routed to Ken's Blue City maintenance management system. So things will be automatically entered into the correct workflow, and then there'll be a two-way communication between the citizen and the staff dealing with that problem from that point forward. We also have a couple big software projects coming up. We're going to be looking at whether or not we should upgrade or replace our current permitting system for community development. And we're also going to be replacing our recreation management software. That's the class system in the coming year. There's a few big IT projects coming up that we're proposing that revolve around replacing some aging infrastructure equipment and also a collection of projects that are aligned with our security initiative and trying to make things kind of add a little business resiliency so we can withstand a disaster in the IT world and some investments that make us more secure. With that, Chris is smiling because I went fast.
It's great report. Any
Questions?
I have one.
Yes.
Brian, when you talk about that the web-based file sharing app will be moved until next fiscal year, say what that is?
The that actually refers to an internal application that would be used by staff. We occasionally get requests from the outside, from like engineering, for example. They'll have a large bid package that's too big to email. And so you create a portal so that the outside party can grab that document and transfer it. It's file transfer between city staff and outside parties.
Okay. That's what I want to know.
It won't have, that one in particular does not have a public-facing impact.
I just wanted to, with my JPIA hat on, encourage you, if you haven't, to talk to Hannah about the cybersecurity insurance product that cities are now eligible for. There's a lot of ransomware and malware incidents happening in the state of California of late, which you may or may not know. But you may want to check in with her and just see what it covers, what it doesn't cover, and kind of what the protocol is.
I will.
If there's a ransomware breach at the city, because there have been 2 cases lately where it's just like thrown a wrench into the system of some public agencies.
Thank you. Will do. Any other questions?
Yeah, I didn't, are there security updates in here, upgrades? Are we confident where we are with security right now?
There's 2 particular items that address security. One is, you'll recall about a year ago, we did an outside firm. They had them come in and do a security audit on our network. We're proposing another expenditure next year to have a similar firm come out and do a similar test, but on a different aspect of our network. And we also are, probably the biggest item in the IT realm is hiring out a contractual arrangement for what's called SIEM, or SIEM. You might see it in your book. You're essentially paying a firm to conduct security services that maybe we can't really afford to have in-house. And so they would be actively monitoring all the security information and events off of all of our critical infrastructure all day, every day. And their engineers would be on staff continuously at our disposal if we have an issue. And in fact, they're doing the monitoring, so they'd be calling us probably before we even knew we had an issue internally. It's a great service. It's not cheap, but you'll be seeing it in the coming budget.
Well, part of that security analysis we did had a couple of points that I thought were very interesting, and I was hoping they would, maybe they've been promulgated to everybody, but I haven't seen them talked about. One of them was, somebody comes into your office and says, my phone is dead, can I plug it into your computer and recharge it? And that's a way for an outsider to access the city's system. Another way was people just leave thumb drives with malware on them laying around all over the parking lot or somewhere, and somebody picks it up and goes, gee, I wonder what this is, and plugs that into the computer. I thought those were interesting things that I hadn't heard about before, and I was hoping that they had gotten, some...
We're actually going to be conducting citywide mandatory security training before the end of the fiscal year. We're trying to select a vendor right now, but it's training to teach you about all those things you just mentioned and more, be comprehensive. And that's a way to get everybody on track. There's actually quizzes that you sure? We get a ton of bad stuff continuously, and so we're always kind of on the lookout for it. James has actually been kind of spoofed lately and had people pretending to send email as him and try to get people to transfer money and do all kinds of nefarious activities. So we get.
Have you been to Nigeria? Is that you're just back? You're heading there. Okay.
So that was you.
Well, maybe some. I'm glad to hear that it's going around. That we're going to do that citywide. I think that's a very valuable thing we're going to do there. I like that idea, but I would also like some maybe do we send any newsletters out to all employees? Maybe we can get a security thing in there to talk about those kind of things, because the ransomware thing that's a big deal. I mean, and some big companies have fallen prey to that. So
absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. With that, we have a staff recommendation.
I move that we accept the Information Technology Strategic Plan update and direct staff to bring the recommended fiscal year 2017 projects and initiatives forward through the budget process.
Motion by Donchak. Second by Ham. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously.
I've been told to reduce it. I was going to read all 300 IMs, but I'll make it a little bit briefer than that. Actually, we're just going to go to the first slide. So as you know, this is the second year we've had the SIP integrated with the long-term financial plan. The idea is that we continue to look at our implementation measures of the general plan by our 4 major departments. We have the city manager, the Beaches, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and Community Development. All the teams evaluate all the IMs each year and look at what they're implementing and what they think they may want to take on in the next year. So our recommendation is based on our different goals in each department, plus looking at the CIP, the SIP, and our IT strategic plans, and making sure that we're integrating everything and working together to implement the general plan. So unless there's, I'm going to skip through all this and just go right to questions if anybody has any questions. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention too is within this plan here tonight, we included your changes that we went through the strategic implementation plan almost about a year ago now. And we updated all the IMs to reflect the City Council's wishes. Great. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. So didn't this also go before planning again?
Yeah,
recently?
it goes through staff and it goes to Planning Commission in India.
Are there recommendations in here
Yeah.
on priorities? Did they change some of the priorities?
No, they didn't change any priorities.
Okay.
We have 169 high priority items.
Okay. So page 193. Number 13, develop new flexible use standards in the zoning ordinance to accommodate changing market demands. And we're talking about Del Mar and El Camino. So would that be the T-zone?
Yeah. That would be what we call the downtown core area.
When did we talk about flexible standards in the zoning ordinance? I'm curious because it seems like that's gotten us into some problems, having that wording, and it's a high priority. So I want to know why that's a high priority.
Back when we were doing the general plan, they wanted us, when we set the 2-story height limit in the downtown, that this implementation measure was meant to reevaluate, you know, the standards in the downtown core to see if we wanted to update them to be consistent with that goal. It doesn't necessarily need to be flexible in the terms of like a form-based code, just new standards. One of the things that was talked about in the general plan was to try and provide innovative ways to encourage people with one-story buildings to remodel them. So maybe thinking about possible more lenient standards in terms of their parking, because most of those buildings don't have parking now. So they're kind of prevented from doing anything. So having some flexibility in the development standards may allow them and encourage them to remodel their building where they might not do it otherwise.
So we're not going to be flexible in the zoning part, just the use. But we're not going to take out and make it another use.
No 10-story buildings, is that what you're getting?
We're definitely not.
Or
the
it's
general
not gonna
plan's
be
clear on
retail
the
or something like that.
standards, Yeah.
Excuse
So
me?
what the uses down there are basically pedestrian-oriented types of uses. So there's a standard requirement that everything on the first floor has to be retail or shops of some sort, or service-oriented, those kinds of things. Can't be offices. And so that use stuff isn't really what we're talking about here. It's thinking about the development standards to encourage just the downtown to continue to revitalize without, you know, becoming more built up.
Okay. And we deemed that a high priority. So,
The council did
Yeah.
when we looked at the strategic implementation plan.
let's go to the next page, number 15. I would like this one changed to a higher priority. Consider establishing a historic district to ensure new and remodeled buildings are architecturally compatible. As you know, North Beach, we already have the studies on the historic structures there, and we've already done work on whether that could be a historic district. We already have all those studies, so I think that's something that we could do very easily, and I don't think it's a low priority. We talk about making North Beach a destination, and that's one of the possible ways of doing it. So I would like to make that at least a medium
Kathy, I
priority.
think I'm not opposed to it being a high priority, but I think the reason we created that as a low priority, if I recall the conversation, was because we expected that to come from the Historical Society and approach us, and then we would partner with them. So it's not necessarily our high priority.
Okay, it might be
just
my
say-
high priority. I might be
Exactly.
bringing it
Yeah,
to you. Okay,
that's fine.
so it doesn't really matter to me that, I
That's
guess,
the way I recall the conversation.
let's make it a higher priority, and then I'll work on bringing it to the council.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So we can raise it to a medium priority? if that's
Yeah,
what the council
I'm
wishes?
okay with that, because I can bring that up anyway. But just low priority, I just think that's not
We'll
true.
make that edit.
Okay, but that's not telling staff, it's not gonna direct you to start
Everybody
working on
okay
it.
to move
No,
that to
that
a
is-
low, or
even if you made
yeah,
it
from
a
a
high
low to a
priority.
medium
Okay.
priority? Is that
Then-
okay?
Yes.
Is that all right?
Okay,
Okay.
and then I think, okay, let's talk about the flexibility again on page 197,
Okay.
number 7. Review and where appropriate amend zoning, ordinance, design guidelines, and other city standards to allow added flexibility in land uses. This is, you know, if you remember, we rezoned some property on Los Mares to be flexible for a changing market. So, I don't know if this wording is something that we should still be looking at. Why are we, the word flexibility is where I get worried.
It's definitely, there's definitely a two-edged sword there with
It is,
flexibility. But Mr. Petras has got, he described it accurately and not, doesn't mean that we're going to allow you to do anything you want to. It's,
Any of these is just simply a study that, may or may not lead to anything. We'd be depending on what, first of all, the city council would have to initiate it just for us to begin something like this.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not going through the zoning and changing some things and making it really flexible. We still have to go through a lot of process for that. Okay. All right, I'm good.
anything else? Chris?
No.
All I got one other thing. We got a letter from the Historical Society here on the dais, and the Historical Districts was part of this letter. There's one other issue in here I think maybe we could, the city could take a look at, and that's the Historical Society's been looking for a place to store some of these important records for a long time, and in this whole discussion about moving around to different buildings, and I wonder if we could have somebody take a look and see if we can find them a spot. If we can, we can. If we can't, we can't. But we haven't done that in some time. We looked in years past and didn't find anything. Maybe we could take another stab at that and see if we could find something that they could use for storage of some of the historical artifacts that they've got in their possession.
That's a really good idea, and a conversation with the library would be a good place to start because it's new, it's got more space, and we own the building, so.
We can facilitate that.
Great.
We good? Somebody want to make a motion? Do we want to hear from the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Department, City Manager's Department, Community? We want to hear about these things?
Your turn, Kathy.
Give me my turn.
To read the motion. It's
There you
page
go,
5.
right here.
It's page 5.
The entire thing?
Yeah, one.
I'll hit it. I'll get it. Okay. I move that we direct the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Department to initiate the development of the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan related to IM 6, 7, 10, and 51 from the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation element. 2, direct the City Manager Department to continue implementation of IM 5, 5B, 16, 33, 39, and to evaluate the feasibility of implementing IM 7 and 8. Direct the Community Development Department to continue the zoning ordinance and specific plans update land use elements, IMs 1, 6 through 8, 13, and 17, mobility and complete streets, element 7 and 20, and the urban design elements 17, 21, and 22, certification of the housing element, and certification of the local coastal program. Also direct the department to continue the beach trail, that one. Strike that sentence. Yeah, strike that. And then, and providing grants for affordable health services, drug prevention, enhanced educational opportunities for the city's residents through housing and social services and various partner organizations. Also directed this department to initiate IMs related to dark skies, the wayfinding program, with the modifications that
Still have
Kathy.
one more, sorry.
I'm still gonna, yeah, I'm gonna go there, don't worry. With the I'm just including the modifications that Kathy and council agreed to. Direct the Public Works Department to continue work to implement the mobility complete streets elements, IMs 3 through 5, 15 through 17, 36, and 39 through 41. Continue work to complete the tree inventory, review city engineering standards for possible changes to public street lighting design when the Community Development Department establishes outdoor lighting standards noted above, study the feasibility of obtaining generators for city facilities that do not have them, and improve the efficiency of public facilities by completing water efficiency use surveys and continuing recycling for commercial customers and achieving at least 75% diversion of construction and demolition waste.
Second.
Motion by Ham, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
I have no slides. So with that, I'm going to jump into, we have a TOT analysis that was provided in your LTFP. The objective was to provide City Council with an overview of San Clemente's TOT, Transient Occupancy Tax, and explore the options of raising TOT via a ballot initiative through a rate increase or by creating a business improvement district. So we explored 3 options: taking our 10% TOT and just increasing it to 13%, which would require 4/5 of the council, but it would only require 51% of the voters to approve it. If you wanted to create a business improvement district where you would define boundaries within certain parts of the city, that would require a council majority and a supermajority at the polls. The downside to a business improvement district is the additional separate accounting and reporting that the city would have to do from an administrative function. And thirdly, you could create a special tax. So let's say you have your TOT at 10% and you want a 3% special tax that's going to fund public safety or beaches maintenance or parks maintenance. That very much like the business improvement district, would require, again, 4/5 of the council vote and a supermajority at the electorate. That too has special reporting options or requirements that we would have to track and account for separately than the other revenues. The big difference is obviously if you just increase the TOT from 10 to 13%, at the end of the day, it just increases our revenue. And as you're making budget and policy decisions as part of the process, you would just determine how to allocate your expenditures against those increased revenues. We've done a little bit of a survey of TOTs with tourism-based cities. That's an attachment 2 of your LTFP. And then we've done a survey of Orange County-based cities with their TOT. The tourism showing a little bit of a higher rate than what we currently have. And so with that, we recommend 2 things. We recommend A, to raise the TOT from 10 to 3%, bringing it to 13% via a ballot measure, which would be at the November election. We'd be coming back to council with the language and all the other things that we'd have to indicate. And then 2, we're recommending that the council give us direction to add a revenue analyst, title's undetermined yet, as part of the budget process, a new position with the function of purely looking at auditing business license tax and auditing TOT tax. One of the things from my prior business license experience and TOT experience, every year we would audit a certain number of hotels to ensure they are accurately reporting. We have the capabilities of going 3 years back and producing an invoice for them to pay if we found deficiencies. In that TOT pool, you also have STLUs that would be subject to the audit as well, since they pay transient occupancy tax. And we are a city that has a gross receipt for business licensing. Most agencies that I'm familiar with that have a gross receipt also do a random audit of business licensing to make sure that they're reporting correctly what they're earning. And so we're very confident that there would be probably a significant amount of revenue that could be generated to cover the cost of this position, as well as not just making it an enforcement position, but also helping the hotels, the STLUs, and the business license holders understand how to comply with the business license and TOT rules. And so
I have a question about
Yes.
that position. Do we have, or do you have any appetite for having it be outsourced for the first year and then bring them on? I would like to see if it's a revenue neutral position, or, you know, if it self-funds itself. Do you see that you could attract somebody to do it on a consulting basis for the first year and then?
So the answer is yes to that. However, there are some things that I will use as a disclaimer that I've personally experienced. Typically, the consultants are incentivized by the revenue they bring into the city via the collection process. And in many cases, they want to share a percentage of that revenue that they collect. So in that particular case, they are incentivized to find the revenue. And sometimes in my own personal experiences, I've seen them be over aggressive to the business license holder or the TOT holder. More so on the business license side than the hotels. Hotels are very accustomed to letting an auditor come in, sit down, and go through their books to make sure that they're reporting TOT. They should be very accustomed to it. Obviously, in San Clemente, we've never done that to our hotel providers, but every other city I've been to, that's been an ongoing thing. Dealing with business licensing we have a small business community here, that's going to be intrusive in itself, whether it's us doing it or a consultant. And so there is a little bit of a concern for me that the last thing I want to do is upset the business license holder any more than they already may be by us coming in and going, show me your tax records for the last 3 years because I want to see if you reported your gross receipts correctly. And so are there vendors that do it? Absolutely. That would be my only concern or caution that I would communicate. We did have in the budget for the current year a dollar allocation for doing a TOT audit. We had estimated about $13,000. I have researched it and actually found a vendor who does TOT consulting for other cities. To do all of our hotels in one swoop would be about $24,000. So I don't have enough money in my allocated budget right now to address that TOT audit. And many times what you'll do is let's say, I think we have, I want to say, I'm looking at Tom, 23? 33. We have 33 hotels. So sometimes what agencies do is they go, we do 11 this year, we do 11 next year, we do the last 11, and then we start over again. And so they do a piece of those hotels. One thing for us is all of our hotels haven't been audited at all. So it is going to be, you know, we're probably going to find discrepancies and missed billings, and they'll probably walk away with an invoice that we would be billing them for misreported. Not to say that they're being devious, just that they missed something, they didn't realize this was reportable and that wasn't. I'm going to make that clear. So we could.
Because that would be my preference, to pilot test this and see how it goes the first year, and but that's just one opinion.
Is the position a full-time position, or is it part-time benefited? What's the?
The thoughts were, we hadn't really gone through a class and comp review of it. The thoughts were initially a full-time position. We have enough for them, we would have enough for them to do for quite some time.
Really?
From a business license standpoint as well as a TOT. Obviously, the STLU debate will also drive a little bit of that workload. Obviously, if it drops from 500 to a different number, that goes down. But the other thing is, and I just put this out there, we have the right to go back 3 years. So we still can audit people who have reported 2 years ago who may not be active now.
Okay.
What about hiring a temporary part-time for the first year, or full-time, but a temporary person that doesn't get benefits, and get a qualified person, but with the idea that if the TOT supports this, there'll be a position for them in the future?
I may propose maybe a limited term full-time employee with benefits. I think, as I'm thinking through this, we need somebody who's fairly educated, who's been reversed in accounting and auditing, because they'll have to be going through books and ledgers and so forth. And a limited term, we've used those before in the past, where they're defined as either a 2, 3, or 4 year deployment with benefits, and they're not permanent full-time.
Where did I know you said you looked at other tourist-based communities in California, but 13%. I'd sent out a question to staff. The maximum we could do is 14.5.
Well, the question was, what is the maximum, or how high we could go? I'm not aware of any laws that prohibit how high you can go. I'm looking at Scott, and the answer is no. But when you look at the state of California, and you see that the highest one is Anaheim at 14.5%, obviously for Disneyland, 15, excuse me. That kind of sets the bar for us, I think.
My only question was, 13 comes, short of 15. I thought 14.5 was the email I got, but 15 sounds even better. Being the concern is that you audited tourist-based economies, and I would say that our hotel industry at this point is significantly smaller than most of those. And so, in order for us to generate the funds that other people are generating from TOT, we'd have to ask for a higher percentage. And so I'm comfortable going up to, well, previously I thought it was 14.5, but if people are higher, I'm more comfortable with 15, I can do that as well. And with emphasis on the fact that we haven't adjusted this since 1990. So it's been 26 years since the last time we had an adjustment to this.
The other piece of it is, I'm not sure this is apples to apples, because, for example, Dana Point does have that hotel district.
They have a business
So on
improvement
top of the
district.
TOT, there's another, several points that go on it.
Well,
So I
that's
think there's other cities that.
They're hiding in other areas.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, take direction from the council. If the council wants us to direct to go higher than 13, we stand ready to do so.
Bob, I see you shaking your head.
Well, I get the 1991, has a bit, I get that. I get increase in summertime visitors. I get we could use some revenue to alleviate that. But if staff came up with 13%, I'm happy with 13%. I mean, it's hard. This has to get passed by the voters. And if you're going to increase this, I don't care what tax it is, by that much, it's your chances are decreasing. I can.
Well, that's the beauty of a transient occupancy tax. It's not taxed or levied on your citizens. It's levied on the visitors. I think that's the beauty of it.
I get that.
Yeah.
However, not everybody will, and 10% to 15% is too big a jump for me. I think 13 is a nice middle of the road. It's got a better chance of getting passed. This is something we need to get done. We should think about the strategy behind it, and I think 13% for me is high enough.
That's correct.
To that point, Bob.
Well,
so-
and I should step back, because tonight you're just gonna give us direction. You're not taking formal action. I'd still have to come back to council with basically a ballot measure that you would have to approve, thus the 4/5.
To that point, to Bob's point though, was there any thought given by staff to what would be a palatable number by the votership?
I think we did. We thought that 15 would be too high, and that we were trying to be conservative, you know, and that's why we recommended 13.
Okay, I'm comfortable going forward 13, but can we take a look at 14 with the staff report when it comes back and see what?
Yeah, we'll put that in there, and we'll look at the voting results for other cities and try to get an idea of what flamed out and what did okay, and see if there was any correlation between what they were asking for. Typically, the TOTs have been pretty successful in other cities over the past couple years. Cecilia and I just met with a hotel operator and said that you know, the TOT really doesn't affect their bottom line in cities like this. If you go too high in other cities that are more convention-based, it can lead to problems. But in tourist, you know, based cities like this, it isn't an issue.
Let's also think about how close the ballot measure was to increase the clean ocean fee this year. Wasn't a runaway by any means. Okay, somebody want to make a motion here?
Yeah.
Except I don't support a permanent new position. I would support a one-year consulting position.
I liked what Eric came up with, kind of
2 to 3
hybrid.
years, limited term.
Yeah, limited. I
Limited
thought
term.
Eric's idea.
Limited term means that at the end of the year, we can walk away and there's no hidden costs or.
Limited term is for a limited duration. We have deployed limited terms for 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. The reason being we don't go beyond 4 years is because after 4 years, then you become vested in PERS. And
Okay,
so we
so this would be a one-year limited term.
We could do a one-year limited term, and then it would come back as part of the next budget review for review and consideration of either extending or making permanent, full-time, et cetera.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So I move that we direct staff to work with the city attorney to draft a ballot question and text for a measure to increase TOT by 3 and/or 4%, and 2. Okay, yeah, and 2, to direct staff to include a new position to oversee revenue enforcement and collections to be brought forward through the budget process for fiscal year 2017, taking into account the discussion we've had with Eric.
Motion by Ham, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Before we leave this topic completely, I keep forgetting to bring it up. I would like an update on the animal shelter at some point. I'd like to know how that's looking financially and what the long-term plan is, because we had asked for a strategic plan for the animal shelter 2 years ago, and I'm not sure I don't remember seeing it in council chambers.
I thought Kim came by and gave their report.
She gave an update on a bunch of projects, but the things that I'm watching are that it seems like our capacity is low, number one, that the Orange County Animal Shelter is under scrutiny, and and also, have you looked at Yelp lately? Okay, so.
On the animal shelter?
Yeah, I didn't, yeah.
Maybe
So,
want to.
I would like to have an update on how we're doing with that financially and everything.
We'll bring that back to council and agenda report.
Yes, and there's no rush, just soon.
Can I ask a point of clarification? James, on the issue of coming back with a budget now of what happens if the hospital closes, do you have any concerns with putting that in right now, that it might be beneficial to actually throughout the budget later to do it strategically, not have it in right now, where we're showing we're planning for that?
Oh, I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you had made a recommendation that we wait.
Yeah.
And we said, no, let's do it, so that we know what we have. But would there be any benefit to waiting?
No, I just said that I don't think we're at that point where we know what the impact is going to be, but I don't know that we're at the point where we know that something's going to happen. I think there's still a bunch of things that are fluid out there and changing, And we're cognizant of the fact that it could cost us extra money with the fire department, but we still think that maybe there's a chance that the hospital will go a different direction.
Do you see any benefit in waiting just a little while?
You know, 6 months ago, or even a month ago, I would have said, yeah, 100%. But I think now the position we're in and the conversations that we've had with multiple groups, I think we're in a stable enough position that we can go forward with that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I like about the analysis is that it's kind of an interesting tool for us just in terms of putting a financial frame around what the community benefit is, so that if there is a new partner or if there's a new direction and we want to participate, we'll have an understanding of what not participating could cost us. So.
Oral communications, we do not have any cards.
Move that we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, March 1st, 2016, in the council chambers located at 100 Avenida Presidio. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. and the general session at 6.
Sorry.
Motion by Donchak, second by Ward. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
And I'd like to thank staff.
Absolutely.
This was a really high-quality presentation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you very much, one and all, for your input into this idea. James, Eric, thanks for your leadership in this. Ryan, Jake, Judy, thanks a lot. And all the departments, thank you very much.
What about the community?
Important
We had,
stuff.
I think, more community members of this LTFP than any other one. I saw three.